The Master's Mysteries, Tales of Magical Mastery, Episode 81. Speaking of it, a warm and hospitable old man who had been serving food and drinks to the three suddenly changed. He secretly poisoned their food, but fortunately, it was discovered by Ahuo. Otherwise, the three would have already met their end. Why are you trying to harm us? At this moment, the three people noticed that the old man's body was hunched, his voice became sharp and low, and his appearance was completely different from before. Hurry, speak up, don't force me to make you regret it. At first, they thought the old man might be possessed by an evil spirit, and because they were concerned about injuring him, they didn't take action. All right, come on. Are you afraid of hurting this old man? However, this old man became increasingly strange. Not only was his voice extremely grating, but he also acted arrogantly. Do you want to try? Be careful, don't act impulsively. Liao Fengyi grabbed the old man, intending to stimulate his Badhui acupoint to force the evil spirit out of his body. However, he never expected that when he pulled the old man's clothes, he would see such a scene. The old man's belly had actually been hollowed out, and there was a large hole inside filled with bloody and blurry flesh. Upon closer inspection, there was even a strange old hedgehog inside. How could this happen? It's a human trap. It turned out that the old man had already been murdered and was now being used as a human trap to harm others. Don't run. Just as Liao Fengyi was stunned, the large hedgehog suddenly burst out from the old man's body. Black Fox reacted quickly and chased after it with a swift step. At this moment, the most difficult thing for Liao Fengyi was to accept that the old man he had saved had met such a tragic end due to his own actions. He couldn't help but wonder if he was actually helping or harming people. Fengyi, let's go catch that old hedgehog. Just as Liao Fengyi was feeling down, he heard Ahu's voice in his ear, causing his body to tremble. As for Black Fox, he had just chased it for a few steps when the situation reversed. The large hedgehog was extremely familiar with the terrain and quickly disappeared into an inconspicuous hole in the ground, vanishing in an instant. However, the dangerous aura continued to linger in the area. Black Fox didn't move and silently sensed it. The dangerous aura was continuously getting closer. Sure enough, after a while, there was a sound from the soil behind him, and a dark figure rapidly emerged, charging straight at Black Fox. Black Fox was highly agile and wouldn't fall for an ambush. When the creature approached his body, he swiftly dodged the attack and swung his spirit fox sword at it. Due to the malevolence of the spirit fox sword, Black Fox didn't reveal its sharp edge, but its power was still considerable. The creature let out a scream and quickly burrowed underground once again. Well, be careful. There's something underground. At this moment, Liao Fengyi and Xiaodi also rushed over. Hearing that there was something underground, Liao Fengyi and Xiaodi became nervous as well. However, looking around, all they could see was the green grass, with no visible signs of anything. Here it comes, behind us. Not being able to see something doesn't mean that danger doesn't exist. Soon, Liao Fengyi noticed several protrusions in the ground. These protrusions rapidly slid toward them, forming an encircling formation as they rushed forward. When they reached the three of them, the protrusions suddenly jumped up, and from beneath the grass, several black figures shot out, extending their sharp claws and pouncing fiercely. Starting with Liao Fengyi, when he saw the sudden change in front of him, he kept his gaze fixed on the creatures beneath the grass. When the three creatures shot out, he quickly evaded their attacks with a swift leap. Seizing the opportunity, he spread his legs apart and kicked two of the creatures that had come close, sending them flying. But at that moment, the creature behind him also approached. Liao Fengyi didn't have time to turn around, so he kicked the creature away with a powerful backward thrust. As for Xiaodi, she swung her whip frantically, creating a wall of water that made it difficult for the creatures to get close. Xiaodi's whip was long enough, and whenever she saw an opportunity, she aimed directly at her targets. The creatures cried out in pain and dodged her whip's attacks. Among the three, Black Fox was the one who acted most ruthlessly, but at first, he didn't rush to attack. Instead, he allowed the creatures to approach him, perhaps thinking that Black Fox was weak. Then, several more creatures charged forward. But they were mistaken. When Black Fox's body moved, it was all lethal strikes. A cold wind blew, and in an instant, Black Fox found himself surrounded by a dazzling cold light. In the blink of an eye, those creatures that had surrounded them were all covered in blood and screaming as they fell to the ground. These creatures are exceptionally cunning because they suffered losses earlier. They fell to the ground and quickly burrowed under the grass. You three are indeed skilled. Just as the three were catching their breath, they suddenly heard that unbearable high-pitched voice. Following the sound, they saw the grass move, and a short and stubby figure emerged. However, in front of me, at first glance, this creature was covered in spikes, and the three initially thought it was a giant hedgehog, but upon closer inspection, they realized it was a short man. You are not enough to deal with me. As soon as he emerged, this individual locked his fierce gaze onto the three. Shaman, protector, he is one of the protectors of the shaman sect, known as Baiwaimo. Upon seeing this man, Xiaodi's expression noticeably grew serious. She kept her eyes fixed on the front, while also introducing the identity of this old man to Liu Fengyi and Black Fox. It is said that there was a powerful shaman in the past who summoned a formidable spirit from the Bai family. But later, news spread that the shaman had died, and the spirit had actually taken over his body, turning him into a human vessel. No one knows the methods employed by the Bai family spirit, but it somehow cultivated the human vessel and merged with it. He became a unique being, neither human nor demon, and gained great fame on the northern desert plains. However, for some reason, he later became a protector for the oppressive shaman sect. After becoming a protector, he recruited many dwarves like himself and taught them his unique arts, forming a specialized team for exhuming graves and tombs. Their combat abilities were not to be underestimated. He was originally called Bai Ixin, but for some reason, he became what he is today. Young lady, you seem to know quite a bit. In fact, this old man was not considered a bad person in the past, and even did many good deeds on the grasslands. However, for some unknown reason, he turned to wrongdoing in recent years. But none of you will leave here alive today. Attack. Kill them. Before Xiaodi could finish speaking, the old man gave the order, and his group of dwarves charged fiercely toward the three of them. This time, even more attackers came rushing in, and they were faster. Liu Fengyi moved his body to protect Xiaodi. They initially thought it would be the same as the previous attacks, but in an instant, Liu Fengyi realized he was wrong. The group of dwarves rolled up in midair, resembling spiked balls as they shot towards them. The spinning steel spike ball tightly encased the people inside, making it difficult to attack. Moreover, those steel spikes were extremely sharp. Liu Fengyi didn't dare to use his hands to block, so he lifted his foot and kicked. His powerful kick sent the spike ball flying far away, and when it landed, it tore up a large patch of grass. However, this move also caused Liu Fengyi some trouble. He got pierced by two steel spikes on his foot. Before he could remove them, a dwarf brandished a steel hook and lunged at him again. Got it. I'll handle this. You go deal with that old man. Black Fox remained relatively calm. He knew that these spiked balls were difficult to handle in large numbers, and dragging it out would only put their side at a disadvantage. So he decided to go after the leader, Baiwaimo. Liu Fengyi, alerted by Black Fox's reminder, also regained his composure, but just as he was about to move, he noticed another dwarf attacking him from behind. The dwarf swung his steel hook towards Liao Fengyi, but he managed to catch it with both hands and swiftly kicked the attacker away. Perhaps sensing his intentions, the spiked balls continued to disrupt Liao Fengyi's movements. In no time, several more spiked balls were closing in, and this time, Liao Fengyi didn't try to block, but rather crouched down to avoid them. At the same time, he reached for his waist, and several streaks of golden light quickly shot toward Bai Weimo. Several golden throwing knives were rapidly flying towards him, but Bai Weimo didn't attempt to dodge. Hey, trivial skills. With a clang, he knocked down the golden throwing knives with the steel hook in his hand. After finishing his sentence, the old man suddenly leaped into the air, swiftly rolling up into a ball with the steel spikes protecting his entire body. Just when the three thought he was about to attack, they saw his body pause in midair. Then, countless beams of icy light shot out. The Master's Mysteries, Tales of Magical Mastery, Episode 82. Continuing from the previous scene, with the white dwarf demon leaping into the air and letting out a loud shout, a dense barrage of steel needles erupted in an instant. Under such an attack, it would be nearly impossible to evade, even if you were a powerful golden immortal. Furthermore, the surroundings were open with no cover, leaving them with no place to hide. Suddenly, Liao Fengyi and Black Fox were riddled with countless steel needles. Fortunately, at the critical moment, Liao Fengyi shielded Xiao Dai, protecting her completely. What kind of sinister trick is this? Damn, there are way too many. Don't move. Fortunately, after this intense barrage, the white dwarf demon didn't immediately launch another attack, giving the two of them some time to remove the needles. You old bastard, I won't spare you. If we were defeated in a fair fight, it wouldn't be embarrassing, but this sinister attack with needles piercing through you, like a cactus, really infuriates Black Fox and Liao Fengyi. You won't spare me. Despite the fury of the two, the white dwarf demon appeared calm and unruffled. Let's see if you still have the chance. From the looks of it, he seemed quite confident. Not good, the needles are poisoned. Sure enough, the two quickly felt waves of dizziness. In an instant, they realized that the needles were poisoned. Hurry, the poison's effects are extremely potent. Within moments, their fingers began to numb. I have a way. How about you? I'm fine too. No wonder this short and stout guy became one of the 6 protectors of the shamanic sect. These cunning tactics would be difficult for anyone to guard against. Humph. Want to detoxify? You youngsters. Hey, old man. No need to call for help. How about the two of us settle this? Although he was very confident in his own poison, when he saw the two trying to detoxify, the white dwarf demon decided to take advantage of the opportunity to attack again. He wouldn't give them the slightest chance, however, before he could issue the order. A voice from behind interrupted him. A little rat with 100 years of cultivation dares to challenge me. What use is there for you to crawl in the mud for 1,000 years? Turning back, it turned out to be a member of the Gray family, with not particularly high cultivation. The white dwarf demon couldn't help but sneer. He didn't take this person seriously at all. Youngster, seeking death. Are you angry? Then come on. If you have the ability, come up. This person was Hu. He had just learned some techniques from the immortal mountain records of subduing demons, and was eager to test them out. This Gray family member before them, with his sharp tongue just like those 3 fellows, was truly annoying. Without saying a word, the white dwarf demon sprang into the air, curling up into a spiked ball and attacking Ahu. Ahu was extremely clever, realizing that dealing with the spiked ball was difficult. He swiftly dove underground, rendering the white dwarf demon's steel needles useless. However, since both of them were experts at tunneling, they engaged in a fierce underground battle. In an instant, the ground on this grassy field was periodically disturbed by clouds of dust as the two fought intensely. Setting aside the battle between Ahu and the white dwarf demon, let's focus on Liao Fengyi. He mobilized his entire inner energy to suppress the toxins within a segment of his bloodstream and sealed that segment to prevent the toxins from spreading again. He cut a wound on his hand, forcing the poisoned blood out of his body. On the other side, Black Fox was equally diligent. "How are you feeling? Don't worry, you'll be fine. This virulent poison would likely be fatal to anyone within moments. It was fortunate that these two individuals possessed exceptional skills, which helped them survive. How about now? Don't worry, you're safe." After some time of refining, Black Fox had merged with the Spirit Fox sword. He summoned the sword spirit within the Spirit Fox sword to enter his body and devour the poisoned blood. However, just as they had forced out the poisoned blood, Xiao Dai, who had been guarding them, suddenly swayed and her face turned ashen gray. It turned out that, despite Liao Fengyi's best efforts, one of the steel needles, as fine as cow's hair, had pierced Xiao Dai's leg. "Xiao Dai, you're poisoned." Seeing Xiao Dai about to collapse, Liao Fengyi rushed over, supporting her. Xiao Dai had no inner energy protecting her. Despite being a small, fine steel needle, any delay could be fatal. "She'll die if we continue like this. Hurry, detoxify her." "Be careful, leave that old bastard to me." Without Black Fox needing to say anything, Liao Fengyi understood the urgency of the situation. After instructing Black Fox, he picked up Xiao Dai and headed towards a nearby earth mount. "Ahu, go assist their protector. I'll handle things here." "All right." Ahu was pleased with Black Fox's arrangement. Don't be fooled by his tough talk. He was worried about getting the short end of the stick in a fight against this old demon. Continuing the battle would only lead to losses. "I won't keep you entertained any longer. It's not that I'm afraid of you. I'm worried you might run out of breath and collapse later." Before leaving, he didn't want to part without making the white dwarf demon furious. He couldn't bear the thought of Liao Fengyi and the others suffering in vain from their previous losses. "You old coot, how many tricks do you have left? Show them all." As Ahu departed, Black Fox, brandishing the Spirit Fox sword, confronted the white dwarf demon. "You family immortal, your cultivation is not shallow. Nevertheless, you're still insignificant before me," the white dwarf demon remarked. He could certainly tell that the Hu family was more formidable than the Gray family from before. However, over the years, he had defeated many members of the Hu family, so he didn't underestimate Black Fox. "You there, attack." With his command, the small dwarves clad in steel armor swiftly emerged from the grass and launched an assault on Black Fox. Previously, there were only 3 or 4 attackers simultaneously, but this time, more than a dozen rushed forward together. By now, Black Fox had removed the cover from the Spirit Fox sword. Despite these few dwarves wielding steel hooks, Black Fox didn't really consider them a threat. However, all of them were genuine living beings, and they all had disabilities. Even if Black Fox wanted to go all out, it wasn't possible. Black Fox carefully controlled his actions, using the sword to cut off the steel hooks from the arms of the dwarves. He tried to focus on unarmed combat. However, this approach did slow down Black Fox's speed. Don't be fooled by their short stature and stubby limbs. After extended training and conditioning by the white dwarf demon, these dwarves were surprisingly agile. Furthermore, they had a high resistance to attacks. Several who were kicked away quickly returned to the fight, making it challenging for Black Fox. Even though these individuals didn't appreciate Black Fox's mercy, he refrained from using excessive force. This aspect of Black Fox was truly admirable. The battle was intense, but with the spirit fox sword in his hand, Black Fox maintained control of the situation without falling behind. "Humph, if I wanted to kill you, you'd have been decapitated long ago." Finally, Black Fox managed to sever all the steel hooks, temporarily rendering them incapable of fighting. "It's your turn, old man. Don't keep hiding in the rear like a turtle with its head tucked in." Perhaps because of the ruthless individuals they had dealt with in the past, the dwarves were momentarily stunned to see Black Fox not delivering lethal blows. They seemed somewhat baffled. They glanced at each other, clearly realizing that they were no match for him. They began to retreat, leaving only the white dwarf demon and Black Fox on the battlefield. "Youngster, don't get too cocky." By this point, the white dwarf demon was genuinely intimidated. However, he had no choice but to launch an attack. With a leap, he charged forward. Then, come on. Dealing with this old demon, Black Fox wasn't as constrained as he was with the dwarf horde. He loosened the grip on his strength. I've had enough of playing around. If he didn't show some strength, would they really think Black Fox was easy to deal with? A flash of cold light, just a single move. The white dwarf demon, who had fallen into the ways of dark magic, was sliced in half by the spirit fox sword. Those dwarves had been controlled by the white dwarf demon, which was why they had done evil deeds following his orders, now that they saw the old monster die, and die so miserably. In the blink of an eye, they all disappeared without a trace. As for Liao Fengyi, he had channeled all of his spiritual energy into Xiao Dai's body, finally forcing all the toxins together. Xiao Dai suddenly retched, expelling a large amount of black blood. "Xiao Dai, how do you feel?" While the severe poison had been expelled from Xiao Dai's body, her physical condition had still been greatly affected, leaving her extremely weakened. As long as her life is preserved, that's good. Her body will slowly recover with proper care. At this moment, the tension that had gripped everyone was finally released. However, they were unaware that someone even more malicious and dangerous than the white dwarf demon had set their sights on them. The Master's Mysteries. Tales of Magical Mastery, Episode 83. It's okay, take a rest. You'll be fine in a moment, silly boy. Come and help your wife. Please sit down. Although the poison in Xiaodi's body has been forced out, her body is still very weak. Cut it out, hypocrite. Clearly, you're ecstatic. What are you talking about? One sentence from Ahuo made two people blush. Liao Feng hurriedly helped Xiaodi sit on a big rock. Several people were arguing when unexpectedly, the tribesmen that Ahuo had arranged to guard around were in trouble. No, it was venomous words. Venomous snakes. When Ahuo noticed something was amiss and turned to look, he saw dozens of venomous snakes coiled around, and his tribesmen were wiped out in an instant. Who dares to harm my tribesmen? Come out. Ahu's shout caught the attention of others, and everyone looked to the other side of the field. But when they looked, their faces turned red instantly. It's a member of the Liu family. It turns out that not far away, a woman dressed very provocatively was slowly approaching. His descendants were not wrong. Indeed, one handsome man after another. You should know that in those days, such attire was highly criticized, and it damaged one's reputation. It shows that this woman is truly audacious. It really makes this girl a bit moved. Yet, such a stunningly beautiful woman had hundreds of colorful snakes crawling behind her, making people's scalps tingle. Who are you? The dangerous aura emitted by the snakes, and the woman made everyone cautious. Asking for my name, I'll tell you. Will you remember it? She is the shamanic protector of the shamanic cult, Miss Liu. She's an extremely malicious woman. Everyone, be careful. Xiaodi seemed to be very familiar with the shamanic cult, and as soon as she saw this woman, she immediately revealed her identity and terrifying aspects. Let's use Xiaodi's mouth to talk about Miss Liu's background. In fact, Miss Liu is not from the Mobi region, but cultivated into an immortal in a famous mountain in Jiangnan. However, just after achieving human form, she suffered a calamity from natural enemies. After a hard-fought escape, she was left with numerous injuries, and her body was extremely weak. She originally thought she had successfully escaped, but in reality, it was far from easy. One trouble followed another. Just after escaping from the attack of the old fox in the dense forest, she heard the cry of an eagle from above. She looked up and saw an eagle diving towards her like an arrow released from a bow. At that moment, she was at the end of her strength, struggling to maintain her human form. She watched as she was about to meet her end in the eagle's beak, destroying her centuries-old cultivation. At this critical moment, a pitch-black firewood chopping knife flew and struck the giant eagle. The force of the chopping knife was fierce, and it slammed the giant eagle into a nearby tree. Miss Liu was surprised and looked back. "You mangy beast, I've had my eye on you for a long time." Only then did she see a burly woodcutter emerge from the woods, carrying a large bundle of firewood on his back. He had a very masculine appearance. "Did you eat my little rooster? Today, I'll stew you with mushrooms." The woodcutter approached, pulled out the chopping knife without seeming to notice the large snake on the ground, and mumbled to himself, "Why aren't you leaving? Do you want me to take you home too?" But as he was about to leave, he tilted his head slightly and said something. The snake didn't leave, but the woodcutter didn't catch it either. Instead, he picked up the giant eagle and headed down the mountain. From that day on, the woodcutter's face was deeply engraved in Miss Liu's heart. She knew that humans and demons could never be together, but she couldn't control her feelings. "I pray to the Buddha to allow me to repay this life-saving grace." She found a good reason for herself, wanting to repay the kindness. So, a few days later, Miss Liu came to the village at the foot of the mountain. After careful arrangements, she really married the woodcutter. 2. Beautiful. It's unreasonable. What does he have? This caused quite a stir in the small town. The men in the town couldn't understand how such a beautiful woman would be willing to marry a poor man. Thank you all for coming to witness today. I'm married, and Miss Liu is now my wife. Despite the criticism from many, in that thatched house, the two finally became a married couple. In fact, most people were envious that the poor guy had such good luck. But amidst the envy, there were always a few with ulterior motives. As for Miss Liu, she genuinely loved this man. She didn't care about wealth and fame. She just wanted to live a simple life with him. Although he was poor, he was sincere and upright, and he treated Miss Liu very well. The two of them lived a very happy life. After several months of such blissful days, Miss Liu even gave up her cultivation. She stopped practicing and just wanted to live and grow old with her husband. "Good lady, want to buy some fish? I'll give you a discount. Please pick one for me." However, she was thinking too simplistically. Things in the world were not as straightforward as she hoped. "Big sister from the Gu family, why are you still here? Big brother Gu has been arrested by the authorities." "What? How is that possible?" One day, someone told her that her husband had been arrested by the authorities. At first, Miss Liu didn't believe it. Her husband was straightforward and would never do anything illegal. But out of concern, she immediately rushed back home. When she entered the courtyard, she saw her husband's chopping knife placed at the doorstep, and her heart sank a little. But when she pushed open the door and saw the person inside, her heart suddenly stopped, and then everything became clear. The person inside the house was not her husband, but the son of the local magistrate, the same man who had been pursuing her for the past few months, often making inappropriate advances. She had kept this from her husband out of fear that he would act impulsively. "Young lady, you're back. My husband fought with someone and killed them. What does it have to do with me? Don't talk nonsense. It's only right that he pays for his crime. He's already been beheaded." "What? He's dead?" What surprised Miss Liu was the cruelty of these people. Her husband had just been imprisoned, and someone had already taken his life. He was just a pauper. What's there to cry about? Upon hearing the terrible news, Miss Liu was left in shock, and the villain took the opportunity to approach her. "An eye for an eye. It's only fair. He's already been beheaded." "What? He's dead?" What Miss Liu didn't expect was that these people were so ruthless. Her husband had just been imprisoned, and someone had already taken his life. He was just a pauper. What's there to cry about? Upon hearing the terrible news, Miss Liu was left in shock, and the villain took the opportunity to approach her. "Just follow me, and you can enjoy a lifetime of wealth and prosperity." What's wrong with that? Be practical. Miss Liu was filled with regret. If it weren't for her, her husband wouldn't have died. She blamed herself. But she also felt anger. She had given up her cultivation and moral principles for love, always avoiding trouble. Why had she been pushed to this point? She suddenly realized that kindness was a mistake. If following the path of goodness led to this result, why not indulge herself a bit more? Since they had caused her pain, she would make them suffer 100-fold and 1,000-fold in return. Rather than ending up heartbroken, she would act recklessly. If she couldn't find happiness, she would destroy the happiness of others. At this point, Miss Liu was completely consumed by darkness. That night, she killed the man responsible for her husband's death and set fire to the small temple on the mountain. All notions of Buddhism and Taoism were now irrelevant to her. From that day on, Miss Liu seemed like a completely different person. She never covered herself up again after the magistrate's son had torn her clothes off her shoulder. She swayed her slender waist and frequently appeared in towns and cities, attracting the fiery gazes of countless men. "Sir, could you offer shelter to a homeless woman like me?" Facing this seductive beauty, few men could resist her charms. So, one after another, men became her prey. None of these men could have imagined that such a beautiful and alluring woman was actually a venomous monster. Over the years, countless men had died in her embrace. In the end, she somehow joined the shamanism religion and became one of the 6 guardians of the shamanism faith. The Master's Mysteries, Tales of Magical Mastery, Episode 84. Let's continue from where we left off, talking about several people encountering the snake demon. Miss Liu, Xiaodi briefly explained what she knew. "Hey, little sister, it seems like you know a lot about me." After hearing what Xiaodi said, the woman named Miss Liu didn't refute it. It seemed that Xiaodi's words were not groundless. "That's right. I've killed many rotten men. If it weren't for their wickedness, would they have been killed? So, they all deserve to die." Miss Liu felt no guilt about killing men. Instead, she seemed somewhat proud. "Don't talk nonsense. Regardless of who deserves to die, it's not for you to decide." When she heard her talking about rotten men and accusing others, Black Fox couldn't stand it any longer. They have wives at home and fool around with other women, since they can't control themselves. I'll help these women. But what Miss Liu said is also true. The current societal system is indeed male-dominated, and some men are indeed heartless. I completely cut off the root of their evil. Besides, I'm helping those poor and vulnerable women. In slightly more affluent families, having multiple wives and concubines is normal. When women voice their grievances, they are considered immoral. When they marry, they become their husband's property. Furthermore, if I don't do it, who will? Those hypocritical gods and Buddhas. Indeed, many women suffered and died during those times. What can they do? They just watch people suffer. Several people looked at the indignant Miss Liu and remained silent. She was now trapped. Not all of those men were irredeemable, and not everyone deserved to die. She absorbed the essence and blood of those men to nourish her own cultivation. When you say that, it just means you haven't met a truly good man. Do you want to see how handsome I can be? Seeing Miss Liu deviate from the path due to love, Black Fox thought for a moment and immediately used his special talent. A true good man naturally has a sense of responsibility. Good man, when it comes to the art of seduction, who among the various immortal families can compare to the Hu family? Who are you talking about as a good man? But unexpectedly, just as Black Fox was preparing to use his charm, a gentle voice spoke up. Don't bring me into this, isn't that? The silly boy. It turned out that Hu Quilin, sensing that Xiaodi was injured and intending to help, unexpectedly ran into Black Fox, who was flirting, so she engaged Black Fox in conversation first. Why did you come? Are you tired from the journey? Have you eaten? Liao Fenghe looked in astonishment at the sudden change in front of him. He suddenly realized that Hu Quilin was even more skilled than Black Fox. With just one sentence, she turned Black Fox from his previous handsome and heroic self back into a crude fellow. Be careful. At this moment, Miss Liu finally realized that she had almost fallen for the opponent's charm. With a quick reaction, she pointed, and two poisonous snakes instantly attacked Black Fox. Such an attack, even if it was a surprise attack, couldn't harm Black Fox. With a sweep of his spirit fox sword, he sent the venomous snakes flying. The attack has begun, but in the blink of an eye, more venomous snakes followed suit. Die, all of you. Another reason prompting Miss Liu to start the attack. At this moment, even though it was late at night, there was the shadow of a majestic eagle soaring overhead. Be careful, these snakes are highly venomous. Let's not dwell on this particular eagle for now. Just say that within moments, several hundred venomous snakes had surrounded the group. Seeing the vivid colors on the snakes' bodies and the pungent odor they emitted, the group knew these snakes had deadly venom and should not be underestimated. There are too many. We can't hold them back. Snake-like creatures are fast and agile, and they can slip through any gap. It's extremely difficult to defend against them, let alone facing hundreds of venomous snakes. The group grew tense. Xiaodi, Sister Hu, you both step back, because Xiaodi was still weak. The three men rushed to protect her and Sister Hu. I'll set up a formation again, but when facing the venomous snakes, Ahu's abilities were somewhat limited. Liao Fenghe furrowed his brow in concern, so he leaped into the air. Then he flicked his hand, and 5 golden lights shot out around the group. As soon as the 5 golden coins burrowed underground, they formed a large formation with a radius of 4 to 5 meters, protecting the group inside. Not only did Liao Fenghe's formation work, but when the first few venomous snakes approached the golden light, they were instantly electrocuted and burned as if by fire, making it nearly impossible for them to advance. At the moment, while the snakes outside couldn't get in, they continued to gather in increasing numbers, surrounding the group inside and out. The group was equally unable to leave. We can't continue like this. We need to deal with that woman. Everyone knew that this standoff was highly disadvantageous. To resolve the situation, they had to defeat Miss Liu controlling the snakes from behind. Be careful, however, among the group, only Black Fox had a suitable weapon. Immediately, he raised his spirit fox sword and left the formation, charging toward the sea of snakes. The spirit fox sword truly lived up to its reputation as a divine weapon. With a single sweep of its blade, it shattered a large number of venomous snakes in an instant. Around Black Fox, there were only snake carcasses and a crimson mist. In an instant, Black Fox broke free from the encirclement. In the blink of an eye, Black Fox reached Miss Lu. His sword was poised to strike directly at her. Not bad, but it's useless. Despite Black Fox's attack, Miss Lu showed no fear. With a wave of her hand, 3 more venomous snakes flew out from behind her. These snakes had even more vibrant colors and faster movements than the previous ones, indicating they were well trained. Black Fox's sudden attack had caught her off guard. Now, losing her advantage, she sent 3 ferocious snakes charging towards him. Black Fox had to evade their attacks swiftly. As soon as his feet hit the ground, several more snakes closed in on him. This situation was quite challenging for Black Fox. He wielded his spirit fox sword skillfully, but it was barely holding up. You stay within the formation. I'll go help Black Fox. Ah, what's wrong? Liao Fengyi, seeing that Black Fox was in a tight spot, grew anxious. Plus, with the protective formation in place, he intended to lend a hand. However, at that moment, he heard Xiaodi scream in surprise. Everyone looked down, only to find a venomous snake had emerged from underground and wrapped itself around Xiaodi's leg. Perhaps realizing it couldn't bite through her thick boots, the snake lunged at her upper body. Fortunately, Liao Fengyi acted quickly. He grabbed the snake's neck and, with a swift motion of his fingers, dislocated its joints, rendering it unable to move. They're coming out from underground. Everyone, break through. However, they soon discovered that more snakes were emerging from underground. The protected formation only covered about a foot underground, and these snakes were skilled at burrowing. They had entered the formation from below. Ahu, Sister Hu, let's split up and run. You no need for this. I can still manage. There are too many snakes. Liao Fengyi shouted for everyone to scatter and escape. He lifted Xiaodi, which, despite her condition, was a bit impolite, but there was no other choice. By the way, I have an idea. Put me down quickly. As they were running away, Liao Fengyi's words triggered something in Xiaodi. You forgot about it. The 9-headed serpent, the snake demon, we have it too. He's your expert from the immortal clan. Oh right, how could I forget him? What are you guys mumbling about? Hurry up and help. Sister Hu. It seems you're the one who cares most about me after all. I can't be bothered with you. Are you being foolish? Ah, I've been bitten. Don't worry, this amount of poison can't harm me. Be careful, they're attacking again. With Sister Hu's participation, the situation for Black Fox's side suddenly became less dire, and the crisis was temporarily averted. Mentally recite the Bingju incantation. All right, I understand. With them drawing the enemy's attention up front, it gave Liao Fengyi the time needed to summon the 9-headed serpent. Under Xiaodi's guidance, this Bingju incantation proved to be quite effective. Liao Fengyi soon felt a severe headache. The higher the immortal's level, the more painful this process. The first time he connected with the 9-headed serpent, Liao Fengyi nearly passed out from the pain. You finally remembered me. You arrived so quickly. I've been following you all along. Are you all right? But after a bout of excruciating pain, the 9-headed serpent appeared. In fact, it had a summoning contract with Liao Fengyi and had been observing the battle from a distance. But let's set aside the snake demon Miss Lu for now. Just as she was feeling rather pleased with herself, a sudden strong wind blew, carrying a salty and fishy scent in the air. As the saying goes, dragons bring rain, and tigers bring wind. From these bouts of damp air, it was evident that the approaching force was formidable. He's here. Everyone looked up and saw a vast expanse of ink-like black clouds drifting from the horizon to directly above them. Furthermore, within those black clouds, there were faint signs of a massive creature moving about. The 1,000-year-old monster, the nine-headed serpent. The Master's Mysteries. Tales of Magical Mastery. Episode 85. We were just talking about how suddenly a strong wind and rolling dark clouds appeared on this grassland. Within the dark clouds, a silhouette of a strange beast could be faintly seen. Even the demoness, Miss Liu, was stopped in her tracks by this sudden turn of events. Hey, do you really need to make such a big fuss? While Miss Liu was unsure of what danger might emerge, Liao Fengyi and the others were excited. The powerful and oppressive aura released from the dark clouds made all the venomous snakes gather nervously around Miss Liu, preparing for defense. Keep pretending, and I'll come up there and cut you down. Seeing the overwhelming presence of the nine-headed serpent, Black Fox couldn't stand it anymore. He pointed his spirit fox sword upwards and shouted, "Don't make a bigger scene. You might forget about us in the future." Regarding the nine-headed serpent, it gradually subsided the momentum of the storm and revealed its form in midair. What does it have to do with us? It was clearly Old Spear who forgot about you. I didn't. Well, never mind. Kid, I have something good to take care of you. You've been stuck in the cave for over 1,000 years. Must have been lonely, huh? It's none of your business. I wasn't talking about me. Put away your dirty thoughts. Look at that side. Thinking impure things. Beautiful woman. How about it? Pretty enough. Right. When Black Fox said this, the nine-headed serpent followed his gaze to look at Miss Liu. What are you looking at me for? Go get her. But would the nine-headed serpent take Black Fox's well-intentioned advice? I'm here to fight. Don't underestimate me. Facing such a beautiful girl, he had no interest at all, only knowing how to fight. No wonder he got along well with the three beasts of Liaodong. Their intelligence was questionable. Black Fox couldn't help but comment. The nine-headed serpent didn't care about what Black Fox was thinking. It released its full momentum and approached Miss Liu step by step. Do whatever you can. Bring it on. Not to mention that the nine-headed serpent's original form was terrifying enough. Just the deliberate release of its killing intent made people tremble all over. It's unclear whether she was scared silly by the nine-headed serpent's imposing aura, but Miss Liu stood motionless in place. In fact, the others had no idea that, from the moment the nine-headed serpent appeared, a different scene unfolded in Miss Liu's eyes. Attack, because the nine-headed serpent's celestial form bore a striking resemblance to Miss Liu's deceased husband. Upon seeing her beloved again, tears instantly welled up in Miss Liu's eyes. She trembled and softly called out, "This guy, is he that good at wooing women?" Just one glance, and the woman calls him husband. This single exclamation shocked everyone present. Could there be some hidden melodrama going on here? Especially the nine-headed serpent. Everything about him seemed odd. "Husband, I've missed you so much. Do you know how lonely I've been all these years? You heartless man." Miss Liu's genuine emotions caught everyone by surprise. Her feelings seemed absolutely sincere. "I've thought of you every single moment." Here, it must be said that Black Fox's comment was accurate. The nine-headed serpent was indeed a millennia-old recluse. "What are you doing? Every night, your image appears in my heart. Husband, how could a man who has never interacted with the opposite sex handle such a seductive situation? Go ahead, move closer, give me a kiss." Plus, there were two guys behind her who were constantly encouraging. As her alluring red lips drew closer and closer, her blushing face filled with anticipation. This expression could almost melt any man. The nine-headed serpent finally couldn't hold back. No, he made his move. In an instant, the onlookers were left dumbfounded. "I said I came here to battle, so it's safe to say there's a reason why some people stay single for 1,000 years. Next time we encounter opponents like this, don't call me. Hey kid, are you stupid or just pretending to be so serious? After tossing out these words, the nine-headed serpent actually left. His departing expression seemed to suggest he found these people rather frivolous. What are you looking at? You must have thick skin. Letting the departing nine-headed serpent aside, let's talk about these people. The snake demon Miss Liu gradually woke up. In her blurry vision, she seemed to see the man who bore a striking resemblance to her husband. Husband. Just as the half-uttered word left her lips, Miss Liu realized the scene before her had changed. Miss, you're quite pale. No, I mean, are you feeling better? Before her eyes was actually that glid-tongued fellow with a head full of dry grass. He looked at her earnestly. Never mind, I won't tease you. We know you're not completely a bad woman, but Black Fox was just making a joke. He wanted Miss Liu to wake up and remember the nine-headed serpent, so they wouldn't continue fighting. We don't want to harm you either. The guy just now wasn't your husband, but that doesn't mean he won't be in the future. You can make an effort. Miss Liu also understood. Her advantage was completely lost just now, and the other side had gained the upper hand. Since there's a possibility of being family in the future, Miss, can you tell us why the shamanic sect wanted to kill us? Black Fox also realized that at this point, Miss Liu had no intention of fighting to the death. It's because of a tremendous treasure. Indeed, Miss Liu no longer had the will to continue fighting. She saw Black Fox's sincere words and decided to speak. Be careful. But just then, Ahu suddenly sensed something. He shouted and lunged at Miss Liu. He had just pushed Miss Liu away when a sharp thorn, as thick as an arm, suddenly emerged from where Miss Liu had been standing. That thorn seemed to be the tail of something, and it was still wriggling. Ahu, are you okay? I'm fine. This is red blaze poison. It can't hurt me. Ahu had a deep gash on his leg, but Black Fox reacted quickly. He swept the spirit fox sword, slashing at the tail. There are members of my clan nearby, and they are more formidable than me. Unfortunately, that tail disappeared very quickly, and only a small piece was cut off. According to Ahu, it's the red blaze tail, a highly poisonous creation of the Gray family with high Taoist skills. It's Black Old Ghost, a Gray family immortal with nearly 1,000 years of Taoist cultivation. No need for everyone to guess. Miss Liu explained everything. He is the other guardian of the shamanic sect. Black Old Ghost, a rat demon with an 800-year Taoist cultivation. I didn't expect that Old Ghost would actually target me, but I didn't expect him to show no mercy and directly attack Miss Liu. I'll go look for that guy. Don't bother. Black Old Ghost is the best at hiding. He can't be found. Because of this ruthless act, Miss Liu's determination to break away from the shamanic sect grew even stronger. That night eagle is their spy. At this moment, the night eagle, which had been circling overhead from time to time, appeared again and flew towards the horizon. Everything we do is within their control. With Miss Liu's explanation, everyone finally understood that the shamanic sect's control over the northern desert had reached an all-pervading level. Let's put it aside for now. Further ahead, behind a dense thicket of grass, an old man is crouching silently. Behind him, a huge tail is deeply embedded in the soil. It seems that this is the Black Old Ghost mentioned by Miss Liu. Failing to land a hit, he became even more cautious and didn't linger. He quickly burrowed underground and disappeared. Bai Koji was killed, and Miss Liu betrayed. In addition to the six-tailed fox, there is now a 1,000-year-old nine-headed serpent. At this moment, deep in the grasslands, inside a luxurious tent, two people are discussing Liao Fengyi and the others. That old ghost escaped again, didn't he? He really is a troublesome character. It seems their crisis is far from over. Don't people hate fighting? Really? Fighting can damage one's nails. The Master's Mysteries. Tales of Magical Mastery, Episode 86. Nearby, there are still Mongolian yurts belonging to the shepherds, but Liao Fengyi really doesn't want to indirectly harm innocent people due to a few individuals. After the nine-headed serpent left, the snake demon Miss Liu is no longer hostile to everyone. They found a sheltered cave nearby to rest. Miss Liu, this shamanism has been practiced in the north for thousands of years. How could it suddenly? Liao Fengyi still doesn't understand shamanism and intends to learn more about shamanism from Miss Liu, the protector of shamanism. This all because of the appearance of Daoist Xianjun. His management of the followers has another purpose. Shamanism has been practiced in the north for a long time and has never harmed anyone. How did it change over these years? At this point, Miss Liu no longer conceals it and begins to explain to everyone. Miss Liu said that deep in the grasslands, there is a place called the Three-Peak Ridge, a small hill composed of 3 mountain peaks, and this is where the teaching of shamanism is located. The 2 slightly lower mountain peaks in front are the outer halls of shamanism. One worships the Great Protector, White Fox Immortal, and the other is the Wolf Demon King on the grasslands. And on the main peak stands a grand hall, which is the main hall of shamanism. Inside, the Northland Demon Dragon is worshipped, and after being subdued by Daoist Xianjun, it became the divine dragon protecting the religion. It was publicly announced that it could protect the people of the grasslands and help the shepherds ascend to the heavens. Because of the appearance of the divine dragon, it attracted countless followers for a while. But these are all for outsiders to see. The true power center of shamanism is in the underground of the main hall. Protecting the religion with one's body, aspiring to a great cause, the underground chamber of the main hall is immensely huge, and Daoist Xianjun and the true form of the divine dragon are in it, as well as countless core disciples. In addition to these core disciples, the underground chamber also contains many fanatical assassins whose minds have been controlled by the divine dragon. Each of them has terrifying combat abilities. Everyone knows that Daoist Xianjun wants to overthrow the court and establish his dominance. When it comes to this, everyone understands that Daoist Xianjun wants to control the followers to conquer the world, just like Zhu Yuanzhang used Minjiao. So, were they chasing us for the treasure? This can be understood. Revolts require funds, and the treasure is undoubtedly a huge temptation. It's for the treasure, but the situation is more complicated than you think. Upon hearing Black Fox mention the treasure, Miss Liu nodded, but the situation is not as simple as everyone thinks. Miss Liu continued, Daoist Xianjun had actually found the treasure a long time ago, buried beneath the Three-Peak Ridge, and that's why the religious site was established on the mountain. However, this treasure was sealed inside a massive stone chamber, guarded by a deadly mechanism, with the key to opening it lying above the stone door. At the same time, Daoist Xianjun realized that if the door were opened incorrectly, the treasure would instantly fall into the molten lava underground, so he never dared to open it easily. Wow, that's amazing. The only way to open the stone door is recorded on the treasure map held by Black Fox, so killing us serves 2 purposes, preventing us from coming to search for the treasure, and seizing the treasure map to access the treasure. It seems we stumbled upon an advantage by accident. Black Fox's face lit up when he realized he held the trump card. However, Liao Fengyi, standing nearby, remained silent with a serious expression. Miss Liu, within the shamanism, was there ever an elderly man dressed as a Taoist? After a long silence, he finally spoke. Please, miss, you must tell me. That would be my master. It was only then that everyone remembered that Liao Fengyi didn't care about the treasure. He cared about his master, Lai Bai. An elderly man dressed as a Taoist. Seeing Liao Fengyi's solemn expression, Miss Liu also became serious. she carefully recalled the situation within the religion. There seems to have been someone like that, but I'm not sure if it's your master. Upon this thought, something else came to mind. It turns out Daoist Xianjun rarely left, but about 3 or 4 years ago, he brought the divine dragon to the Central Plains. Approximately a month later, Daoist Xianjun returned to the grasslands, his clothes showing signs of battle damage. Released the old man. This left the protectors in shock with Daoist Xianjun's abilities, who could have engaged him in a fierce battle. With a command, the divine dragon tilted its head and opened its mouth, and something was expelled. At that time, Miss Liu was also among the protectors receiving the religious leader. She witnessed an elderly man being expelled by the divine dragon. The man's aura formed a protective shield around him, guarding his body. Master, don't blame your disciple, but from the looks of it, it seemed he had lost consciousness. Take him to the stone cell. The unconscious old man was locked in an underground stone cell by Daoist Xianjun. What happened next was somewhat cruel, probably because the old man was too formidable. Daoist Xianjun came up with a method. He had a special iron chair made with steel clamps on the backrest, perfectly positioned to lock the old man's spine in place. The steel clamps pierced through the old man's spine, and the sensation was beyond words. The intense pain brought the old man back to consciousness. But at this point, resisting was far from easy. No matter how extraordinary the old man's abilities were, he couldn't use them now. In this way, the old man was trapped in the stone cell, and Daoist Xianjun seemed to be trying to extract some information from him. That old man was indeed admirable, however. For the past 3 years, he kept his head down and remained silent. Daoist Xianjun used all sorts of tortures, but never got any information. As Miss Liu reached this point, she suddenly stopped because everyone could see that Liu Fengyi was trembling with anger. What Miss Liu was describing matched what he had seen in his dreams, indicating that the old man was indeed his master. While he should have been happy to learn about his master, hearing about the suffering his master endured was like a knife in his heart. Kid, we will definitely rescue your master. Don't be sad. Let's all work together. Black Fox and Chiodi were busy consoling Liu Fengyi. This wasn't the time for sorrow. The most important thing was to rescue the old man. And Chiodi, while everyone was comforting Liu Fengyi, they suddenly heard Miss Liu change the subject. Are you the shamanism's original sect's holy maiden? This sentence contains significant information. Shamanism is divided into original sects. And what does holy maiden mean? That's another reason why we're chasing after you. Upon hearing this, both Liu Fengyi and Black Fox were stunned. Indeed, both the White Dwarf Demon and Miss Liu seemed to have targeted Chiodi. Yes, I am the shamanism's holy maiden. After Miss Liu revealed her identity, Chiodi no longer hid it. She bit her silver teeth and began to recount her experiences. But now there's no original sect of shamanism left. As she spoke, Liu Fengyi finally understood. Chiodi's sect was the true shamanism, while what Daoist Xianjun controlled was, in fact, a cult masquerading as shamanism. At this point, we need to take a step back to introduce our female protagonist, Chiodi's background. Chiodi hails from Changbai Mountain. Her father, having achieved success, served as an official in a distant province. One year, when he returned home for a visit, an unexpected tragedy unfolded. They encountered bandits on the way. Her parents were killed, and all their belongings were plundered. Chiodi's mother shielded her with her body, and she miraculously survived. At that time, Chiodi was just a 5-year-old girl, orphaned and left to fend for herself in the deep mountains and forests. She wept on her parents' bodies for a long time, finally realizing that her parents would never get up again. She wanted to find someone to save her parents, but she lost her way in the mountains, and in her confusion, encountered a fierce tiger. Xiaodi was so scared that her body trembled uncontrollably, and she couldn't stand up. Her frightened cries alerted the tiger. With Xiaodi about to lose her life to the tiger. At that very moment, a woman collecting herbs approached. She had heard Xiaodi's cries from a distance. "Beast, how dare you harm someone?" She hurried towards the sound and saw a tiger about to attack a little girl. She shouted loud. Her shout caught the attention of the tiger. But would this hungry and fierce tiger spare them? The Master's Mysteries, Tales of Magical Mastery, Episode 87. Come on, don't be afraid. Let's continue talking about Xiaodi's background. It turns out that the woman who was collecting herbs was quite remarkable. As soon as she spoke, that fierce tiger became gentler than a kitten, obediently standing by Xiaodi's side. "Don't cry. Please stop crying, all right." But at that time, Xiaodi was only 5 years old and was truly scared. She kept crying, which worried the woman. Perhaps she didn't have much experience with children, so her way of comforting was quite unique. "Haha, it's so much fun. I don't know what she did, but that big tiger suddenly became a great steed beneath Xiaodi, carrying her and running away. Believe it or not, it actually made Xiaodi laugh." After learning about Xiaodi's background, she helped her bury her parents, and then took Xiaodi deep into the Changbai Mountains. "Little girl, shall I take you up the mountain, all right?" They ran for who knows how long and arrived at the foot of a high peak. Xiaodi was young, and since both her parents had passed away, she had no place to go except to follow the woman who had saved her. Seeing that Xiaodi agreed, the fierce tiger carried her on its back and leaped to the mountaintop. "Here, we will sever our worldly ties down below." Upon reaching the summit, although Xiaodi was still young, she could tell that this place was not simple. It was a courtyard larger than the county government she had lived in, and it exuded an air of divinity. Are you willing to live here? Then come inside with me." At this point, with no one else to turn to and a deep curiosity about this place, Xiaodi happily decided to stay. "I miss my parents, but during the day, everything was fine. At night, Xiaodi began to miss her parents. "Good child, from now on, I will be your mother." Thanks to the woman who had been by Xiaodi's side, her genuine love and care gradually dispelled much of Xiaodi's sadness. "Mom," the terrified Xiaodi was slowly warmed by this affectionate woman, soothing her young heart. "Go to sleep obediently. Don't be afraid. Mom is here." In the woman's loving smile, she drifted into a deep sleep. From that day on, Xiaodi became the disciple of this woman and practiced martial arts diligently every day in this mysterious large courtyard. Time flew by, and the years passed swiftly. At first, Xiaodi found life in the mountains to be dull, but she gradually got used to it, and time seemed to pass quickly. In the blink of an eye, over a decade had passed, and Xiaodi had grown into a graceful 17-year-old young lady. Under her master's careful guidance, her martial arts skills had become the best among the younger generation on the mountain. One day, just like any other day, Xiaodi practiced her whip techniques, and her master, as usual, watched from the sidelines. "Tomorrow, they will choose the saintess. You must keep a calm mindset." Today, the master informed Xiaodi about the selection of the saintess. "Master, I don't want to compete with my fellow sisters. I also don't want to become the saintess." Xiaodi was never combative and had no desire to compete with her fellow sisters. She had remained silent when her master mentioned it before, but today, at the last moment, she couldn't help but express her thoughts. "Silence. Obey everything that your master arranges." "Yes, master." However, Since her master was very angry, Shiodi didn't dare to argue further and reluctantly agreed. In this competition, her extraordinary talent and unwavering dedication to her training over the years, combined with her master's meticulous teaching, set her martial arts skills far above the rest. After several rounds of competition, she defeated all her fellow sisters and became the final candidate for the position of saintess. Master, this child is exceptional, but her background, Master, please think carefully. Shiodi's fellow sisters all came from prestigious families, unlike her, and this was precisely what her master wanted to change within the sect. Because it involved more complexities, many decisions were becoming increasingly difficult. I announced that Shiodi is the 116th generation saintess of our sect. Fortunately, the sect's leader was very open-minded and, despite opposition, confirmed Shiodi's position as the saintess. Although Shiodi didn't want to be the saintess, she knew that her master had placed all her hopes on her and had no choice but to follow the arrangement. Another year passed, and Shiodi reached the age of 18. Because of her extraordinary talent, she received special attention from the sect's leader. But just at this moment, a catastrophic event befell the sect. Our dragon shaman has risen, and there's no need for your existence anymore. A man in black, with his own strength, infiltrated the holy immortal sect, intending to wipe out this long-standing sect. Unorthodox cult, how dare you cause trouble? Then don't blame me. They had heard of the so-called dragon shaman in recent years, a cult that disguised itself as shamans. They had thought there would be no conflict, but now the adversary had come knocking on their door. The disciples of the holy immortal sect were determined to protect their sect with their lives. However, they were met with a terrifying sight they couldn't have expected. No one could have imagined that dragons actually existed in this world, and such ferocious ones at that. The sect members were no match at all. Before long, chaos reigned within the sect, with many injured and some even losing their lives. Those were her loved ones, and for the first time, Shiodi felt hatred for herself, for not being skilled enough to protect them. Whoever recognizes the situation is a wise one. If you are willing to join my dragon immortal sect, I welcome you. In this battle, Shiodi also suffered severe injuries, watching helplessly as her master, who had raised her, and her elders fell one by one. She struggled to get up, but her body wouldn't move. Her vision darkened, and then she passed out. Shiodi, please wake up. When she woke up again, the first thing she saw was her master's warm smile. Master, the sect is destroyed, and I can no longer take care of you. Shiodi quickly got up and looked around, realizing everything. Her master had saved her once again. From now on, you'll have to rely on yourself. Take good care of yourself. Her master led her to a dry well, a forbidden place in their sect, as Shiodi had been told before. There is a treasure there, made from the scales of an ancient divine dragon. I'm entrusting it to you. You've met Huquilin, and I've also passed her to you. Behind her master, there was a stone door, which seemed to lead to a secret chamber. Her master appeared extremely weak at the moment, but kept admonishing her. A foreboding feeling rose in Shiodi's heart. Master, I must avenge our sect. No, since her parents' death, this place had been her home, and Shiodi didn't want to leave her master behind to escape alone. But as soon as she spoke, her master scolded her and told her to go back. Don't seek revenge. Live a good life. Be an ordinary woman. Lead a simple life. Shiodi understood her master's good intentions. Her master didn't want her to die in vain. Master, I'm sorry. Master was already at death's door, and with her last breath, she brought Shiodi to this place. Her body went limp, and she passed away. After crying bitterly, Shiodi buried her master and pushed open the stone door. To her surprise, the stone chamber was not large, and there was only one thing inside. It was a whip. Thinking of all the martial arts her master had taught her over the years, Shiodi understood everything. Her master had paved the way for her. A whip made from the scales of an ancient divine dragon was undoubtedly a divine artifact. Her master hoped that she could stay safe and have the ability to protect herself. Her master truly loved her. Wiping away her tears once more, Shiodi took the divine whip and leaped out of the dry well. But what met her eyes was utter devastation. The entire holy immortal sect had turned into ashes, and this sect that had thrived in the north for thousands of years had disappeared. From that day on, Shiodi took on her master's role as Huquilin, armed with the divine whip, and traveled the martial world. She had always been looking for an opportunity to avenge her master. It wasn't that Shiodi didn't heed her master's words, but when she thought of her master and her fellow sisters' tragic deaths, how could she possibly live an ordinary life? Shiodi, don't be sad. We will surely eradicate that cult. From that day on, Shiodi's character was no longer as innocent as before, and she felt a greater sense of responsibility. Too arrogant, this time. I will teach them a lesson. One should live a low-profile life. Black Fox is right. As the night wind blew, the individuals who had previously had vague objectives finally unified their front. They were about to unleash a blood-soaked storm on the grasslands. Of course, they would encounter many challenges along the way. The Master's Mysteries. Tales of Magical Mastery, Episode 88. A cold wind swept across the grassland, and all was silent in the wilderness, occasionally interrupted by the chirping of autumn insects. A bright moon hung in the sky. At this moment, 3 figures appeared on the grassland. Their footsteps seemed unusually heavy. Dragging their weary steps, they walked through the grassland in the depths of the night. Little 3, why have you stopped walking? These 3 were known as the 3 devils of Liudong, relentlessly pursuing the hidden treasure map. Big brother, second brother, we can't go on like this. What do you mean? We can't continue like this. What are we really pursuing? Money, women, status in the martial world? Does it all have any meaning? But that's a tremendous treasure. Enough. Stop deceiving yourselves. Admit it. Those things were never meant for us. Think about it. For so many years, we fought for fame, fortune, and beautiful women. But in the end, what do we truly have? Don't say that little 3 isn't making sense. It's true that rushing for quick gains and being obsessed with wealth and power often lead to empty hands. We've lost our happiness, our love for life. Do you remember, we should approach everything with a calm mind and let things take their course. Those who are too infatuated with money, beauty, and power often end up with nothing. The 3 carefree young boys who used to run happily in the fields under the setting sun, those simple lives, experiencing the purest happiness in life, may have been more meaningful. Big brother, second brother, we can't go on like this. Little 3 is right. If the 3 devils of Liudong could truly have an awakening and turn over a new leaf, it would not be in vain. Wait, big brother, little 3, look, there's a beautiful woman. What? A beautiful woman. However, these profound life lessons are understood by many, but only a few truly live by them. She's so beautiful, and she's alone. Easy target, especially when temptation is right in front of your eyes. Those philosophical insights may be thrown out the window. The moon was dark, the wind high, no one around. A lonely beauty needs protection. Enough talk. Let's take action. So, with beauty before them, the 3 buddies immediately transformed into cheerful youths and happily rushed towards the colorful figure on the grassland. Hey miss, all alone, feeling a bit lonely, aren't you? To be honest, These three idiots really lived up to their nickname. They didn't even think about the fact that this was a desolate Mongolian grassland, and it was late at night. There couldn't possibly be any normal women wandering around here. The long night is endless, sleepless, and restless. Could you join us? The three of us, behind the hill, we're quite skilled at consoling people. How about discussing life with strangers? But at this moment, these three were enticed by the beauty, and they didn't think twice. They just acted silly and flirtatious. Turns out it's three stinky guys. The person in colorful clothing heard the three obnoxious voices behind them and couldn't help but let out a light laugh. Stinky, are we? Just because we haven't showered for a dozen days. That's the scent of a man. The wild, masculine scent. Well, even though each one is quite annoying, in no time, the figure lightly turned around, eyes gleaming, with a paper flower umbrella covering the face. This person was indeed a stunning beauty. However, as soon as they spoke, the voice sounded strange. But it can still be useful. Though the voice wasn't loud, it was clear that this was not a woman but a burly man. Well, you've all been quite loyal to the master, with eager anticipation of seeing a beautiful woman. The three idiots suddenly saw a burly man dressed in colorful clothing with a tall and sturdy figure, who even applied makeup and struck a coquettish pose. At that moment, they were dumbfounded. Damn, what is this? It's like finding a cockroach in your melon seeds. People really come in all shapes and sizes. Who would have thought they'd run into such a non-binary person? As absolute steel straight men, the Liaodong three heroes' reaction was easy to imagine. Geez, it's disgusting. Don't look. Just don't. I feel like puking. The behavior of the Liaodong three heroes infuriated that person, and their face immediately darkened, as if the air pressure around them had dropped, suggesting they might strike any moment. Well, considering you're nearly dead, I won't bother with you. However, in no time, they put on a smiling face again, though their words were still irritating. Bah, you're the one who's almost dead, freak. If it were a beautiful woman, anything could be forgiven, but facing a non-binary person, the Liaodong three heroes would never cut them any slack. Big brother, shall we teach him a lesson? Their tempers flared up, and since they had big mouths, what were they waiting for if not a good beating? Hemph, you underestimate us. Facing the fierce attack of three big fellows, the colorful dressed person seemed completely unconcerned. Then let you serve the master faithfully. With a squint of his eyes, he suddenly shot out two green rays, and the corners of his mouth curled strangely. Suddenly, he moved, and with a light wave of the colorful paper fan in his hand, he created a gentle breeze. But then he unexpectedly stopped, and it seemed like he wasn't going to do anything more. Could it be over just like that? Daring to scare us. Let's beat him up. At first, the three idiots were somewhat cautious, but when they saw him lightly twist like he was dancing, their anger flared up. It was as if he didn't take them seriously at all. But soon they realized something was wrong. A strange fragrance wafted in the air, and after inhaling it, their heads felt dizzy. By the time they understood, it was already too late. They blacked out and knew nothing more. The three of you, come here, yes. The man in colorful clothing waved his paper fan and called the three of them over. Go find them together, like this, make no mistakes. Yes, the unconscious Liaodong three heroes obediently came to the colorful dressed man, like puppets on strings, to listen to his instructions. Go. After giving his orders, he waved his paper fan again and sent the three of them away. Now let's explain a bit about this man in colorful clothing. He is one of the 5 guardians of the divine dragon shamanism, the yellow demon. Don't be fooled by his strange androgynous appearance. This man is not simple at all. Among the 5 guardians, the fox demon usually stays by the side of the shaman master and doesn't appear often. He is the most powerful among the remaining 4 guardians and is highly regarded by the master. Sinister laughter echoed, indicating that Liao Fengyi and Black Fox were in for some trouble. Let's talk about the cave not far from the hill. By now, Miss Liu had already left. She promised everyone that she would travel far to Changbai Mountain to cultivate her virtues, hoping for further development with Jutu Zhao. The 3 of them were quite tired and resting against the stone wall. How did you 3 finally find your way here? I have to admit, Black Fox is really something. He seemed to be sleeping, but he had already sensed 3 people approaching the cave. Boss, we found you. As he opened his eyes, the Liaodong 3 heroes joyfully pounced on him. Boss, tired, right. Let me massage you. Boss, how's the pressure? The 3 idiots were quite affectionate. Upon seeing Black Fox, they started punching and tapping him playfully. Their sweet calls to their boss were full of affection. We haven't bathed for several days. Boss, please forgive us. What's that smell on you 3? Black Fox noticed a faint, unusual scent coming from the 3, but upon closer inspection, they appeared just as usual, and nothing seemed amiss. Indeed, there's a strange smell. Xiaodi, did you smell it? No, this odd scent was difficult to describe, and Liao Fengyi also noticed it. He turned to ask Xiaodi, but surprisingly, her keen senses didn't detect anything. Xiaodi, you? What's wrong? Moreover, the strange smile on Xiaodi's face made Liao Fengyi feel something was amiss. He was about to ask when suddenly his expression changed. Xiaodi, what's wrong? He couldn't have imagined that Xiaodi would stab a small dagger into her own body. Xiaodi, are you insane? What's wrong? Both of you. Seeing Xiaodi pulling out the dagger again to stab herself, Liao Fengyi finally realized what was happening. He quickly grabbed her wrist, and the sudden turn of events left Black Fox stunned. What's going on? I don't know. This isn't right. There must be someone hiding in the shadows. Black Fox realized something was amiss and got up to check on Xiaodi and Liao Fengyi. But at this moment, an unexpected incident occurred. Liao Fengyi, who had always fought alongside him, suddenly launched an attack against him. Kid, you! Black Fox dodged Liao Fengyi's second punch that came swiftly, and he noticed something strange about Liao Fengyi. Then he threw a powerful punch. It wasn't that Black Fox was ruthless, but he had to subdue this guy. Otherwise, he would only be restrained, with no chance to investigate the problem. I'm sorry, brother. Fortunately, Liao Fengyi, who seemed to be under some kind of control, wasn't as formidable as usual. He was rendered temporarily powerless by a single move. However, at this moment, Black Fox heard low laughter coming from behind him. Right, everything strange started when these 3 entered the cave, but how could they have such abilities? Scent. Black Fox suddenly realized it was the strange scent coming from the Liaodong 3 heroes' bodies. The Master's Mysteries. Tales of Magical Mastery. Episode 89. What's wrong with you 3? Let's continue the story. After the 3 fools entered the cave, Liao Fengyi and Xiaodi began a mode of mutual slaughter. Black Fox naturally saw that the problem was with the 3 fools, but when he questioned them with a dark face, those 3 guys just laughed and didn't answer anything. And they suddenly launched an attack against Black Fox, contrary to their usual behavior. Black Fox didn't take these 3 people seriously at all. He was about to go up and knock them down, but suddenly he heard an ominous wind behind him. He turned around and saw that Liao Fengyi had made a move against him from behind. Since Liao Fengyi temporarily lost his sanity, Black Fox didn't hesitate to take action. He had to deal with him first, or else he would be vulnerable from both sides. But just as he had pushed Liao Fengyi back, Xiaodi, holding a dagger, also attacked him from behind. Black Fox was startled and broke into a cold sweat. Black Fox couldn't use excessive force on a girl, as it wouldn't look good if he injured her. He had no choice but to grab Xiaodi's wrist. He raised his hand, twisted off the dagger, and then used force to dislocate Xiaodi's arm. While Xiaodi was down, the three fools also rushed forward. Dealing with the consecutive attacks kept Black Fox busy. However, Black Fox had no mercy for these three. After knocking the second one senseless with a punch, he grabbed him and threw him out. He spun in place and, gathering all his strength, flung the second one right onto the third one who was attacking him. At the same time, his right fist was ready. This punch had tremendous force, sending both of them flying. At this moment, the big fool had just reached close to Black Fox and didn't even know how to dodge. He ended up getting hit directly. These three were far inferior to Xiaodi and Liao Fengyi and didn't have the ability to get up again. "Who's there? Come out." Black Fox had already figured it out. There must be a hidden hand behind these three fools, not far from here. It turns out to be a fox spirit. No wonder my fairy magic had no effect on you. As Black Fox shouted, a colorful dressed guy emerged from the darkness not far away. A kindred spirit. Huh. This yellow demon used a natural scent to confuse opponents, and while others fell for it, Black Fox was also skilled in illusion techniques, so this scent meant nothing to him. It turns out to be a yellow demon. No wonder it stinks so much. Black Fox had figured out that this flashy guy was a yellow demon, and his gaze became sharp. Child's play. Watch me. Suddenly, a powerful aura was released from Black Fox. It's unclear what kind of magic Black Fox used, but an even more pungent odor filled the air, awakening the people lying on the ground who began to regain their senses. What happened? What's going on? I don't know. The illusionary aura from the yellow demon was indeed formidable. After waking up, several people couldn't remember anything that had happened just now. Am I injured? My arm hurts too. It hurts so much. Who the hell hit us? While they had forgotten the events, the injuries on their bodies were real, especially for Liao Fengyi, whose large wound from Xiaodi's attack was still bleeding. Villain, you attacked while we were asleep. It was that neither male nor female guy who did it. Black Fox had successfully shifted the blame. If everyone found out they had harmed each other, it wouldn't be good for their unity. Any other tricks up your sleeve? Feel free to use them. The guy that Black Fox had framed didn't bother to explain, and instead snorted like a sissy. As long as it's not makeup, we're not like you. Hearing that they were ambushed by a neither male nor female individual, everyone's faces turned frosty, and they were eager to advance. Pervert, I've had enough of you a long time ago, especially Liao Fengyi. With Black Fox as the leader and Xiaodi and Liao Fengyi backing him up, he felt confident now. You three are looking for trouble. The yellow demon had also endured these three guys for a long time, and now, with a gentle sweep of his paper fan and a smirk on his face, his large colorful clothes billowed in the wind as his body danced around like he was doing a performance. Then he flicked his folding fan, and with the sound of the wind, it shot towards the three of them. At first, the three fools didn't pay much attention to the paper fan, but as it got closer and closer, they'd finally realized that it wasn't made of paper at all. It was made of hardened steel. However, by the time they thought of dodging, they simply didn't have the ability to do so. They could only lower their heads, but in an instant, blood splattered everywhere. Big fool, seeing half of a head being sliced open, blood spraying everywhere. Even Liao Fengyi and the others were stunned. Did a life just end like this? Big brother, What was even more shocking was for second fool and third fool, was Big Brother really going to die right in front of them like this? It hurts so much, my hair. Stop complaining. This hairstyle looks cool and refreshing. Fortunately, Big Fool had thick, upright hair. So what got cut was just his hair and a layer of scalp. His life was saved, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. No, this won't give off the aura of mountain bandits. I'll go deal with him. However, it seemed that this yellow demon couldn't be underestimated. The Liaodong three fools were definitely not a match for him. You should rest for a bit. I'm itching for a fight. Black Fox stood in front of Liu Fengyi. If this yellow demon used illusion techniques again during the fight, he might be at a disadvantage. So Black Fox gripped the Spirit Fox sword, and in a single step, charged toward the yellow demon. You think you're all that with a long sword, overestimating yourself. Black Fox had good attack power, but the yellow demon seemed to not pay him any attention. With a twist of his hands, he split his folding fan into two. The Spirit Fox sword was incredibly sharp, radiating a bone-chilling cold. However, the yellow demon directly blocked it with the two thin fan blades. But what happened next left Black Fox dumbfounded. The Spirit Fox sword didn't pierce through the fan blades and into the enemy's chest. It was blocked. Black Fox couldn't understand it, and he was caught off guard. The yellow demon seized the opportunity, and the two folding fans turned into sharp blades, slashing at Black Fox from both left and right. Black Fox couldn't believe that these paper-thin fans were so incredibly sharp and fast. His clothes were immediately cut open in two places, narrowly avoiding injury to his skin. Seeing that the enemy's versatile weapons were formidable, Black Fox didn't dare to underestimate him. He lifted his foot and launched an attack toward the opponent. Then he swiftly turned around for a sword strike, but he hadn't anticipated that his opponent's skills were not inferior to his. After dodging a kick, his sword hadn't reached the target yet, and the yellow demon had vanished. Looking up, he saw the yellow demon gracefully landing about 5 or 6 meters away, just like a dancing butterfly. How about that, Black Fox? After landing, he struck a seductive pose and spoke with a tone and posture full of irresistible charm. At that moment, everyone was left dumbfounded. Then the atmosphere suddenly changed, and the scene became quite intense. None of you will survive. The yellow demon, who considered himself as beautiful as a celestial being, was clearly angered by everyone's reactions. He forcefully threw the folding fan in his hand forward, rapidly aiming it at Black Fox, while he himself lunged forward. As Black Fox barely dodged the fan right in front of him, he felt a strong gust of wind behind his head. He quickly turned around, raising his sword to block. The fan's attack was blocked, and Black Fox swiftly twisted his body, bringing the Spirit Fox sword down again. However, it made a loud clang, and the yellow demon remained unharmed. This fight was becoming frustrating. Ever since he obtained the Spirit Fox sword, Black Fox had felt like there was nothing the sword couldn't cut through. But today, something was different. Black Fox, be careful. As he was getting into the fight, he suddenly heard Liu Fengyi shouting from behind. Unable to divert his attention, Black Fox glanced back. He saw that the folding fan, which had been thrown earlier, was now flying back towards him. It turned out that this thing could fly back, too. Could Black Fox avoid it this time? The Master's Mysteries, Tales of Magical Mastery, Episode 90. Continuing from the previous episode, we continue with the epic battle between the Black Fox and the Yellow Demon. The Black Fox, fully engaged in battle with the Yellow Demon, never dreamed that the fan thrown earlier would return in an arc, catching them off guard. In an instant, their arm was slashed, leaving a bloody gash. "Black Fox, are you okay? Should I take over?" This moment raised the anxiety of the onlookers behind them. "No need." Black Fox naturally refused Liu Fengyi's suggestion. They couldn't believe they would lose to such a repulsive yellow demon. Furthermore, the yellow demon effortlessly caught the returning fan with a graceful movement. Their colorful robes danced in the wind, resembling a beautiful butterfly. "How's that, six-tailed fox?" As the saying goes, if this alluring posture were on a woman, it would undoubtedly be enchanting. "You arrogant monster, boss, beat him to death, strip him naked and hang him up for a thrashing." But when a burly man said such things, it sounded rather unpleasant and disgusting. "Nobody interfere, I won't let him off." At this point, Black Fox was seething with anger, their handsome face turning as dark as can be. "I underestimated him. In truth, to unleash the true ferocity of the spirit fox sword in Black Fox's hand, it required a blood sacrifice, a true connection of heart and blade. Let you experience the true power of this spirit fox sword." But due to the yellow demon and their antics earlier, Black Fox had been complacent, treating the spirit fox sword like an ordinary weapon. Now their fingers traced the sharp blade, and blood was immediately drawn into the sword. The spirit fox sword emitted a low hum, followed by a release of immense killing intent. The intimidating sword aura made the yellow demon nearby grow solemn. They too sensed the impending danger. What's so special about an ugly sword, however? The yellow demon was incredibly arrogant and didn't regard the spirit fox sword highly. With a flick of their fan, they repeated their previous move, sending it flying toward Black Fox. But this time, Black Fox swiftly dodged and retaliated with a sword strike toward the yellow demon's head. This strike was vastly different from the previous ones, as it carved a deep gash in the divine fan held by the yellow demon, sending shivers down their spine. However, while still in midair, the Black Fox soon felt a rush of wind behind them. They realized that the fan thrown earlier was returning once more. Quickly, they twisted their body in midair to evade it. This made the yellow demon recognize the Black Fox's prowess, and they no longer dared to be as audacious as before. They cautiously responded. The yellow demon reached out and caught the fan, then swiftly swept it toward the Black Fox. As the Black Fox sidestepped to dodge, the yellow demon leaped forward, launching an aggressive attack. Unexpectedly, the yellow demon had more tricks up their sleeve. From their folding fan, they suddenly shot several poison needles, gleaming with a deadly light, aimed at the Black Fox. The poison needles were inches away, and it was too late to dodge. The Black Fox had no choice but to find the right angle and hold their sword horizontally in front of their chest. Several metallic clashes rang out. The force behind the poison needles was formidable, pushing the Black Fox back a couple of meters. Their body hadn't yet stabilized when another rush of wind came from behind. As expected, it was the fan flying in from behind once again. This weapon was difficult to defend against, with its thin and fast-moving fan blades. By the time you noticed it, it was already too late to evade, and the Black Fox was left with another bloody wound. Now the Black Fox was truly infuriated. Although this androgynous yellow demon was irritating with their coquettish demeanor, in terms of martial arts, they undeniably had skills to back up their arrogance. They make such a fuss about you being so formidable, but it seems you're not all that special. After succeeding, the yellow demon's affected tone grew even more repulsive. Indeed, you're quite skilled. How about we have a good spar? When pushed to the limit, this person calmed down. Likewise, the Black Fox, their anger stoked, managed to suppress it and focus on the battle. Seeing that the Black Fox wasn't giving up and had become more serious, the yellow demon decided to stop talking. They simply waved their hand, sending the folding fan flying once more. This time, the Black Fox didn't dodge. Instead, they'd raised their spirit fox sword to meet the oncoming fan. As the sword struck down from above, the black fox put their entire strength into the blow. The force was tremendous, and it cleanly split the folding fan in two. Seeing their precious fan shattered, the yellow demon was momentarily stunned, but in that split second, the black fox's figure had already closed in on them. With no fancy moves, the black fox still put all their might into a fierce sword strike from above. The yellow demon could sense the tremendous force behind this strike and didn't dare to underestimate it. They concentrated all their strength on the fan to withstand the attack. Both sides used their full power, and when these two moves collided, the resulting force was unimaginable. A deafening roar echoed through the battlefield. The immense power erupted, causing the onlookers behind to shudder, all in awe of this peak showdown. Back to the battlefield, as the dust settled, it was evident that the black fox was unharmed. You, bastard! But the yellow demon was not faring well. Not only was the fan cut into two pieces, but their body also suffered heavy damage, leaving them sprawled on the ground. Not giving up, then let's continue. Seeing the yellow demon's refusal to admit defeat and stubbornness, the black fox raised their sword, their tone becoming more serious. You are so annoying. Unexpectedly, the yellow demon rolled their eyes and tears welled up in their eyes. What's going on? Seeing the yellow demon acting like a mistreated young bride, the black fox was left in disbelief. I won't kill you. Just get lost. Don't let me see you again. I hate. You're all bad people, bullying me. However, what happened next was something the black fox couldn't have dreamt of. The yellow demon, disregarding their image, began to wail and sob. Throwing a tantrum, rolling on the ground, and even clutching their crotch, they cried like a victimized young bride. Not to mention the group of grown men, even Chiotti felt her stomach churn. Nemesis, I was wrong. Please take me in. Of course, what followed was even more absurd and disgusting. From now on, I'm willing to follow by your side, day and night. I'll serve you. This. What the hell? The disgusting appearance of the yellow demon was too much for the tough and masculine black fox to bear. Get the hell out of here. Stop disgusting me with your presence. So a wave of even greater attacks, filled with boundless anger, struck the yellow demon. With this blow, the colorful and coquettish image of the yellow demon was completely gone, and his face swelled up like a pig's head. Is everyone all right now? The yellow demon was defeated, but everyone had to admit that this guy had some skills. Since he appeared, everyone had been more or less in a bind. We can't stay here any longer. We need to get going. Although the yellow demon was defeated, their location was also exposed, and the enemy would likely reappear soon. Ahu says there's a gray house immortal on the hill, keeping an eye on us. I know, but he doesn't dare to come down. We don't need to bother with him, especially when several people have felt that their every move has been monitored by someone. All right, let's pack up and go. Yes, boss. Without daring to linger any longer, everyone turned and left with 3 idiots. Ahu's report was correct. Not far from the group, someone was hidden in the shadows, secretly watching them, but never daring to show themselves. This person was none other than Greyhouse Immortal, who had fled a few days ago when things went south. Seeing that the formidable yellow demon protector had been defeated, he dared not make a move. Who? Are you blind? Seeing the group leave, he felt relieved that he had once again escaped unharmed. However, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his backside, and before he knew it, there was a figure behind him. Old man, why are you here? The old man was about to get angry, but when he turned around and saw who it was, he turned pale and choked back the disrespectful words he was about to say. It seems that the shaman cult has sent another formidable opponent, The road ahead for Liu Fengyi and the others is still fraught with danger. The Master's Mysteries, Tales of Magical Mastery, Episode 91. Continuing from the previous episode, deep within the northern desert, there is a place called the Three-Peak Ridge. The mountains are not large or high, but atop them stand three temples, which is the sacred site of the shaman cult of the dragon god. Below the mountain is the gathering place of the herders, all of whom are core followers of the shaman cult of the dragon god. Mongolian yurts are densely packed, making it resemble a bustling town. It's strange that they haven't shown up again. Meanwhile, Liu Fengyi and the others are in one of the herders' taverns, drinking and eating meat. To ensure the safety of the three devils of Liudong, they did not bring the three of them along. Who cares? Without entering the tiger's den, how can you catch the tiger? Strangely, since defeating the yellow demon, the new enemy they anticipated never appeared. The three of them reached the core territory of the shaman cult of the dragon god smoothly. I'm worried if they have some kind of trap set up. In fact, Liu Fengyi and Black Fox also sensed that even though the enemy hadn't appeared, the pervasive surveillance was always there. Maybe they want to lure us deeper, but even if the other side tries to stop them, they will come to attack. So they might as well go straight into the tiger's den and pierce the enemy's heart. While they were talking, Xiaodi noticed that Liu Fengyi had been wearing a serious expression since entering the tavern. Are you worried about your master? Yes, I don't know how my old master is doing. Xiaodi is observant and knows that the closer they get, the more worried Liu Fengyi is about his master's safety. Don't worry, now that we're here, we'll take steady and firm actions. Xiaodi filled a bowl of wine for both Liu Fengyi and Black Fox, comforting them. We will definitely rescue your master. In truth, they all understood that the shaman cult of the dragon god was not easy to deal with. Xiaodi's entire sect was destroyed, and all her loved ones perished. When it comes to bearing hatred, no one had more than her. Exactly. Rest assured, with me around there won't be any problems. Although Liu Fengyi's master was trapped, he was still alive, and as long as there was life, there was hope. They would do everything they could to rescue him. As they were talking, suddenly, the door curtain lifted, and a burly figure walked in from outside. The three turned to look, and they saw that the newcomer resembled a bald monk, standing at a height of more than 9 feet. As soon as he entered, his eyes locked onto Liu Fengyi. It's you. Before Black Fox and Xiaodi could speak, they saw Liu Fengyi's expression change, and he stood up abruptly, walking towards the newcomer. Before he could finish his sentence, the man suddenly threw a punch, which landed squarely on Liu Fengyi's face. This shocked Black Fox and Xiaodi even more. Kid, what's going on? I'm fine, don't move. Not only was this punch incredibly fast, but it also packed a powerful force. Liu Fengyi, who was quite sturdy, was thrown back about 4 to 5 meters and landed heavily on the ground. Master, what are you doing here? Liu Fengyi seemed to be extremely excited despite being punched. He stopped Black Fox and Xiaodi and got up quickly. It's been over 10 years since I last saw you. I've missed you so much. Liu Fengyi was extremely excited, but the man remained cold. After getting up, Liu Fengyi's knife was immediately pointed at his throat. The speed of the attack was so fast that no one saw how he did it. Master, I want that map. Seeing the man draw a weapon, Black Fox immediately wanted to approach, but Liu Fengyi stopped him. Hand it over. You're also a member of the shaman cult of the dragon god. Liu Fengyi didn't seem to care about the knife pressed against his neck, which puzzled everyone. Just tell me, are you giving it or not? The man paid no attention to Liu Fengyi's enthusiasm and spoke briefly and decisively. "Master, I won't give it." "Very well. I'll wait for you in front of the Fox Immortal Ridge Temple tonight. I'll be there on time." After stating a time and place for their meeting, the man turned and left, just as decisively as when he entered. Fengi, who is this person? From the moment he entered to the moment he left, less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Black Fox and Chiodi were left bewildered. "He's the first person I ever admired in my life." Liao Fengi looked at the man's departing figure with an admiring smile and quietly began to recount their past. As he spoke, he reached a point in time over a decade ago when Liao Fengi was still a young boy of 11 or 12. At that time, Liao Fengi's parents had already passed away, and he was living alone in the mountains. His master had not yet appeared. One day, as he was gathering herbs on the mountain as usual, he realized it was getting late as the sun began to set. Just when he was feeling a bit anxious, he suddenly heard a rustling sound from the woods behind him. Turning around, he saw a gigantic wild boar suddenly bursting out of the woods. This terrified the young Liao Fengi. The rampaging wild boar was incredibly fierce, and this one already showed signs of demonic transformation. Eating Liao Fengi was as easy as nibbling on a piece of grass. At that time, Liao Fengi had not yet learned any martial arts. Although he had a resilient personality, he was utterly powerless against this monstrous creature. He watched helplessly as he was about to become the boar's meal. But at that moment, a dry tree branch suddenly flew through the air and pierced straight into the boar's forehead. The colossal boar, which was as big as half a hill, collapsed right in front of Liao Fengi. Liao Fengi, still shaken, gasped for breath, and then he saw a tall figure emerging from the nearby woods. "Are you okay?" As the man approached, Liao Fengi finally saw that he was a burly man wearing a straw hat and dressed in a Taoist robe. "I'm fine." But wait, the man's words were brief. He saw that Liao Fengi was unharmed and was about to leave. But Liao Fengi couldn't let his savior just walk away. He hurriedly took a few steps to catch up. "My home is at the foot of the mountain. Would you like to come over and have something to eat?" "No need. I just took a life." Liao Fengi had initially wanted to invite the man to his home for a meal to express his gratitude. "Would you like to meditate instead?" But the man left behind this sentence, leaving Liao Fengi dumbfounded. "Master, you saved me. How can it be considered taking a life?" "Taking a life? Right, he killed the boar to save him. Wasn't that a good deed? Why was it called taking a life?" The man paid no attention to Liao Fengi's confusion and walked away. Is form really that important? As long as we follow our hearts in this world. In their conversation, Liao Fengi vaguely understood that this man was extraordinary and very mysterious. From that day onwards, the man sat in meditation on a cliff without eating or drinking. He sat there without moving for 3 or 4 days. To that wild boar, "You were just food. Everything is equal." What puzzled Liao Fengi even more was that despite his appearance as a monk, the man was wearing Taoist robes. What was going on? Killing it is a sinful act. He was different. Unlike anyone Liao Fengi had met before, he possessed a kindness that surpassed others. "Master, are you a monk or a Taoist?" A week passed in the blink of an eye, and the man had gone without food for a full 7 days. No matter what Liao Fengi brought him, he refused, claiming that he still had unresolved karmic burdens. Is form really important? In this world, as long as we follow our hearts, in their conversations, Liao Fengi gradually understood that this man was not ordinary. He was truly mysterious. So, apart from collecting herbs every day, Liao Fengi would come to sit with the man. For some reason, sitting beside him made Liao Fengi feel unusually peaceful, and time passed quickly. This continued for about a month. One evening, As Liao Fengyi was sleeping, he suddenly heard footsteps in the courtyard. "Wake up and make some food. I'm hungry." He had just woken up when he saw the man walking in from outside, carrying a massive wild boar on his shoulder. Oh, all right. Just a few days ago, he had been meditating as atonement for taking a life. Now, he was carrying a boar covered in blood. Liao Fengyi felt utterly perplexed. "Master, do you still eat meat?" "Why wouldn't I eat meat? When I'm hungry, shouldn't I search for food? It's not a sinful act, despite having a head full of question marks." Liao Fengyi got up and cooked a large pot of wild boar meat stew with mushrooms for him. "Didn't you say you avoid taking lives?" "I was hungry. Searching for food when hungry isn't wrong. This isn't an evil act." The following conversation answered all of his questions, but it left Liao Fengyi even more baffled. "Didn't you say not to focus on appearances? Do you understand?" The young Liao Fengyi still couldn't comprehend why taking a life was wrong a few days ago, but not today. "Regardless, you saved me, and I've always been grateful for your life-saving grace. Ha ha ha, kid, you made me a meal, so we're even now." After this chat, Liao Fengyi finally understood. The man had intentionally made him get up and cook to make him feel that he had repaid his debt of gratitude. There was no need for either of them to dwell on this matter any longer. But saving a life is different from this. It's all just a small favor. The significance of favors varies from person to person. At least, Liao Fengyi never believed that making a meal could repay a life-saving favor. In any case, everything about this man was turning Liao Fengyi's understanding upside down. "So, you're saying he's a good person. How did he end up joining the shamanic dragon cult?" "I don't know." After eating his fill, the man left. Later, Liao Fengyi mentioned him to his master. His master admired the man's actions and said he had great insight. The man became an idol in young Liao Fengyi's heart. "I'll find out tonight when I meet him. Can you go alone?" But how could such a person join the shamanic dragon cult? Liao Fengyi couldn't fathom it. "He tried to kill me. He attacked me just now." "That's true." The Master's Mysteries. Tales of Magical Mastery. Episode 92. On a grassy slope outside the town, a peculiar figure dressed in Daoist robes, yet clean-shaven like a monk, was pouring and drinking by himself in the moonlight. "You've arrived." This peculiar figure was none other than the master mentioned by Liao Fengyi earlier, the one Liao Fengyi had agreed to meet. "You asked me to come, and I came. As we discussed earlier, this person once saved Liao Fengyi's life. In fact, I've been looking for you." He was Liao Fengyi's idol from years ago, the person he admired the most. "Looking for me? Why?" "I want to say thank you to you." Liao Fengyi didn't lie. After his master disappeared, he traveled the rivers and lakes, always hoping to meet the idol of his youth once again. "Thank you for saving my life." One reason was to thank him for saving his life, and the other reason was to have his thoughts baptized by him. Just as his master had said, if anyone in this world could comprehend the true path, it must be this master. "I've said before, we don't owe each other anything, and you know what I want." Liao Fengyi had also inquired about him in the martial world. He was known as the Nameless Master, and his martial arts and spiritual cultivation were a mysterious enigma. "I won't give that to you because it concerns my master's life and death." So Liao Fengyi couldn't understand why someone like him would join the evil cult of the dragon shaman, which committed such heinous deeds. "I see. Well, if it weren't for my master's life and death, I would give it to you without hesitation. But given the current circumstances, he couldn't agree." "I understand, and I won't ask you again." The Nameless Master didn't ask for it again, took out a pouch of tobacco, and began to smoke. For a while, both of them fell into silence. "Master, with your level of cultivation, Why would you join the dragon shaman? They commit such evil deeds. After a long silence, Liao Fenghe finally asked the question that had been on his mind. Evil deeds? What do you mean by evil deeds? Are you still using your own eyes to judge good and evil? To his surprise, the nameless master suddenly turned his head and confronted Liao Fenghe face to face. I told you before, in this world, it's the law of the jungle. The strong prey on the weak. Why call it evil? This time, Liao Fenghe wasn't nervous. He acknowledged the natural cycle of the strong dominating the weak in the world. Master, killing the weak to achieve one's goals is evil. But Liao Fenghe couldn't comprehend it when people killed the innocent out of their own desires, especially when an innocent old man was killed by them just a few days ago, dying in his arms. This had left Liao Fenghe unable to come to terms with it. Strong, weak, good, evil. There are no clear boundaries in this world. After listening to what Liao Fenghe said, the nameless master's face darkened, and he suddenly stood up. When the strong are not in power, they are weak and subject to the tyranny of those in power. When they become powerful, they may also oppress the weak or retaliate against former oppressors. This theory was indeed a true reflection of the world. Throughout history, regimes have changed, and this cycle has repeated. In a world of power and weakness, it's hard to distinguish who is good and who is evil. Even the common people, once they gain power, can change. Even if they have good intentions, they may still have personal desires. I want to create a new world. To establish a new world, do you have to kill innocent people? According to the nameless master, he seemed to want to overthrow the current world order through the power of the dragon shaman cult and create a world according to his ideals. Without sacrifice, how can there be revolution and innovation? Before the great good arrives, it's worth removing some obstacles on the path. In his view, some sacrifices on this path were worthwhile. Very well. It seems we have no choice but to have a great battle. Master, I don't understand your world, now that sacrifices had already begun. Liao Fenghe wasn't afraid of adding one more. After saying this, the nameless master assumed a fighting stance. But Master said we must keep our true selves, to discern between good and evil around us, and support the weak against the strong. The nameless master's theory didn't convince Liao Fenghe, who didn't agree with it. Since they couldn't persuade each other, a battle was inevitable. They are about to fight. It should have happened earlier. They talked a lot of nonsense. That guy is really stubborn. In fact, not far away on the hillside, Black Fox and Chiodi had been watching the two of them all along. Liao Fenghe had become uneasy and didn't want them to follow. But how could they trust him to face danger alone? So they secretly followed behind him. Master, I don't want to fight. Please don't force me. Why different paths must always lead to a battle? Although it was inconvenient for them to approach, both of them were closely watching the battlefield, afraid that Liao Fenghe might get hurt. The first attack came from the nameless master. His sudden powerful punch caught Liao Fenghe off guard, and in the blink of an eye, the fist was right in front of him. Liao Fenghe could tell that the nameless master was using basic martial arts techniques, without any flashy moves. But when these ordinary techniques were executed by the nameless master, they carried a breathtaking aura in terms of both speed and strength. Liao Fenghe finally understood the phrase his master often taught him: the more ordinary, the scarier. Most people pursue more advanced and flashy techniques, but they overlook the simplicity and practicality of these basic techniques. It had to be said that the nameless master had a deep understanding. He had diligently practiced these common techniques repeatedly until they were executed masterfully. At this moment, a leg swung out, and Liao Fenghe couldn't dodge in time. He was struck on the arm, and suddenly, he felt a tremendous force launching his body into midair. He managed to regain control of his body, but his heart was pounding in his chest. The nameless master, on the other hand, remained calm with an unchanged expression. Although there was no visible change in his expression, his fist tightened. With just this simple movement, an incredibly powerful aura emanated from him. He suddenly transformed into a god of death, descending upon the mortal world, and his imposing presence sent chills down Liao Fengyi's spine. Liao Fengyi couldn't understand why he was feeling so nervous. Could it be that the nameless master had truly become a god? Under his intentional pressure, Liao Fengyi felt his breathing becoming difficult. Before he could fully comprehend this, the nameless master struck again. It was another ordinary punch, but Liao Fengyi couldn't understand why he was dodging so clumsily. Just a graze had caused his shoulder to ache. Liao Fengyi couldn't afford to be stunned any longer. He quickly launched a kick towards the nameless master, but the latter slightly leaned back and effortlessly evaded it. Before Liao Fengyi could retract his attack, the nameless master struck again, delivering a simple leg kick that forced Liao Fengyi to repeatedly retreat. The nameless master's assault continued, one move after another. Though the moves were extremely ordinary, the force and speed made it impossible for Liao Fengyi to resist. It was a testament to the nameless master's advanced skills. As the battle progressed, Liao Fengyi found himself at an increasing disadvantage. With just 10 moves, he was heavily kicked. Despite his defensive efforts, they were in vain. The immense power sent Liao Fengyi flying. When his body finally stabilized, he had been sent flying more than 10 meters away, and his arms could barely lift. The master is truly skilled. Liao Fengyi understood that he couldn't continue to passively endure the attacks. He needed to launch effective counterattacks. You're still young. Your understanding of the world and all things is only surface level, just like your martial arts. But the godlike pressure from the nameless master continued to make Liao Fengyi feel like he couldn't get close. Understanding the essence is the key to unleashing your greatest power. Thank you for the lesson. To counter this oppressive feeling, Liao Fengyi activated his internal Kai, circulating it in his danchan for a full cycle, and he did feel significantly better. In the blink of an eye, the nameless master's attacks were before him again, but this time, Liao Fengyi evaded much more gracefully. Seeing him successfully dodge, the nameless master's speed and strength seemed to increase even further. He launched one attack after another. Liao Fengyi dodged left and right, gradually adapting to this speed. Occasionally, he managed to launch one or two attacks, but they didn't seem to inflict any damage. Your techniques are too flashy. I could kill you with one punch right now. For some reason, the nameless master's techniques alternated between deadly and instructive. It was confusing for Liao Fengyi, but he was learning from the experience. Liao Fengyi didn't fully understand the nameless master's actions, but he knew that he was no match for him in direct combat, so he tried to use his agility to his advantage. You're lifting your leg too high, and your speed isn't fast enough. But he was mistaken again. The nameless master's movements, although simple, were incredibly fast, and he maintained the upper hand throughout. Liao Fengyi couldn't find any openings in the nameless master's defenses, making it impossible to launch an attack. But in the nameless master's eyes, Liao Fengyi seemed to be full of openings. As a result, every attack from the nameless master left Liao Fengyi in a state of panic, constantly on the defensive. Liao Fengyi had hoped to get behind him for an unexpected strike, but the nameless master had already seen through it. He swiftly turned around and delivered a powerful kick, catching Liao Fengyi off guard. In an instant, Liao Fengyi was sent flying 5 or 6 meters away. Just as he regained his footing, he realized that the nameless master had disappeared. At that very moment, while Liao Fengyi was bewildered, he suddenly found the nameless master had leaped onto his head. It was a life-threatening situation. The Master's Mysteries. Tales of Magical Mastery, Episode 93. Continuing from the previous episode, let's talk about the intense battle between Liu Fengyi and the Nameless Master. However, after dozens of moves, Liu Fengyi was clearly no match for the Nameless Master and was forced to defend himself several times. This situation greatly worried Qiadi on the hillside, but Liu Fengyi was a proud person, and the two of them couldn't easily intervene. It was truly a dilemma. As for the two battling below the hill, despite the simplicity of the Nameless Master moves, each move carried a fierce and swift momentum. Liu Fengyi was constantly on the defensive, facing imminent danger repeatedly, and constantly being suppressed by the Nameless Master. Just now, Liu Fengyi had barely dodged a kick, but before he could regain his balance, the Nameless Master had already leaped onto his head, with a second kick following closely. Although that kick didn't land, the sharp gust of wind it created forced Liu Fengyi to step back several paces. Gritting his teeth, Liu Fengyi stabilized his footing. He was about to launch an attack when he suddenly saw the Nameless Master behind him. Then, a ruthless kick was directed at him. This time, Liu Fengyi couldn't evade. He took a solid kick to the body and was immediately sent flying more than 10 meters away. This is what we call an absolute difference in strength. These seemingly simple moves rendered all his skills useless. Liu Fengyi was left gasping for breath under the pressure. He had hoped to catch his breath after being kicked, but the Nameless Master didn't give him a chance. The Nameless Master leaped into the air and appeared on top of Liu Fengyi's head, swiftly launching another kick. Liu Fengyi tilted his body backward to avoid it. Feeling increasingly anxious, he concentrated all his energy onto his fingertips. "Master, take this move." After the Nameless Master leg swept past, Liu Fengyi waved his hands and leaped forward, closing the distance with the Nameless Master. In theory, for someone with the Nameless Master agility, it shouldn't have been very difficult to evade this move. However, for some reason, he chose to confront it head-on. Liu Fengyi's fingertips met with the Nameless Master fist, and he was sent flying by the impact. Liu Fengyi took a significant blow from that punch, realizing that he had fallen into the Nameless Master trap. How could the Nameless Master, with his level of skill, fear Liu Fengyi's finger, even with a bit of his own energy used? But what Liu Fengyi didn't expect was that this finger strike had an effect. It was clear that the Nameless Master body momentarily stiffened, and his upper body appeared somewhat rigid, with even a change in his complexion. How could this finger have harmed him? Liu Fengyi couldn't fathom it, but he couldn't worry about it now, since it was effective. He had to use it. Liu Fengyi circulated his energy throughout his body in a full cycle, preparing for the battle ahead. Yet the Nameless Master had a significantly higher level of skill. His ki circulated through his body, and a powerful aura suddenly surged forth, like a tidal wave. Most people wouldn't notice, but those knowledgeable in the field could tell that both of them were now like burning fire, enveloped in their respective ki. What puzzled Liu Fengyi was that the Nameless Master's skill was far superior, yet the QI he unleashed seemed to be on par with his own strength. Could it be that the opponent was intentionally controlling his ki to match his own level? Before Liu Fengyi could figure it out, both sides had already made their moves. Xiodi and Black Fox, hidden on the hillside, were both absorbed in the battle and had forgotten to conceal their presence. As for the two below, their figures had now come together, and their ki was about to collide. They both gathered their ki in their palms and struck each other with all their might. Suddenly, there was a dazzling explosion of white light in the sky. A muffled roar erupted, and in the midst of the light, both figures were sent flying backward. The Nameless Master was thrown back about 5 to 6 meters, But he quickly regained his balance. Liao Fengyi, on the other hand, had a rougher landing. Master Yu, Liao Fengyi didn't dare to delay and quickly got up. At this point, he was even more puzzled. He had prepared himself for a beating, but it seemed that the nameless master hadn't gained any significant advantage. What's wrong? Come again, master. How can your Kai? Indeed, despite appearing somewhat better off, the nameless master had clearly suffered a disadvantage. Liao Fengyi sensed that his Kai was not as abundant as it should be. Less talking, come at me, master. But it seemed the nameless master didn't want Liao Fengyi to continue speaking. He swiftly launched another attack. Master, what are you avoiding this time? Liao Fengyi had a better understanding, and he faced the attacks with ease. Moreover, after their previous clash of Kai, the nameless master's speed and strength were noticeably diminished. Liao Fengyi evaded a palm strike and took to the air. His entire body's ki condensed in his palm as he struck towards the nameless master. For some reason, the nameless master didn't move, and Liao Fengyi's palm, charged with Kai, struck him directly. The master, something's not right. The balance of power on the battlefield suddenly shifted, which reassured Xiaodi and Black Fox. However, they both noticed that something was off with the master. Master, your ki flow is obstructed, down the slope. The nameless master was knocked down by Liao Fengyi, but after a while, Liao Fengyi didn't make any further moves. Seeing Liao Fengyi pointing out the issue with himself, the nameless master remained silent. He got up from the ground with a somersault. After landing on his feet, the two men faced each other in silence. The nameless master had a stern expression and didn't speak for a while. Master, you have some inner conflict, and your ki circulation is hindered, preventing you from forming a complete cycle. But with your level of skill, this shouldn't be the case. After a while, Liao Fengyi couldn't hold back his question. It was evident that the nameless master had been touched on a sore spot. His eyes flashed with anger, and he clenched his teeth loudly. Suddenly, a loud roar, and his ki scattered like an exploding thunderbolt. Liao Fengyi knew that this was the result of his inability to freely manipulate the gathered ki. Haha, you're right. I have inner conflicts. No, it's a demonic inner struggle. The nameless master was quite candid, laughing heartily and admitting to it. You've grown stronger than me. Come, let's sit over there. It seemed that everything had been resolved with that loud roar. Friends, they actually followed us. Call your friends down. They are worried about you. One had to admire the nameless master's skill. Although Xiaodi and Black Fox were far away and hadn't made any sound, he had noticed them long ago. A few minutes later, the four of them gathered around the campfire again. Well, I thought I had the right idea, to rebuild a new world with the power of the divine dragon shaman. During their conversation, Liao Fengyi learned that the nameless master had seen the suffering in the world during his spiritual journey and had wanted to establish a world filled with goodness using the power of the divine dragon shaman. So there were some sacrifices involved, but during this process, the divine dragon shaman, in order to expand its followers and consolidate its position, had recruited many monsters and evildoers, committing countless atrocities. How could I persuade myself when I witnessed those atrocities right before my eyes? But when those evil deeds became unbearable for me, I couldn't pretend I hadn't seen them. As reality increasingly diverged from his ideals, he became uncertain, especially when he saw the chaotic and brutal scenes. Was this truly the path to a world of goodness? Over time, these evil deeds became my inner demons. They tormented me for a long time, and my inner world collapsed. The conflict between good and evil haunted him day and night, slowly giving rise to inner demons, a major taboo for practitioners. Master, you taught me to follow the Tao within one's heart, to act according to one's heart's desire. Your inner demons shouldn't. Yes, Acting according to one's heart is following the Tao. So I realized that true evil, Liao Fengyi explained, and the nameless master understood. These were the principles he had taught, but it was precisely because of this that he had been tormented and had developed inner demons. It's my heart. This knot is getting tighter and tighter. There's no solution for inner demons. Everything else is futile. Master, master, you. Just as they were speaking, the nameless master suddenly coughed, spraying blood, and startling the three of them. I am beyond hope, actually. What's the difference between life and death? But everyone understood that inner demons would obstruct the circulation of Kai in the body. Every time Kai was manipulated, it would harm the body, and the stronger the Kai, the greater the damage. In the world, only life and death are unchanging truths. The nameless master must have reached an extremely high state with his ki before the inner demons manifested, so the damage they caused him was potentially fatal. Let me follow the Tao. The Master's Mysteries. Tales of Magical Mastery, Episode 94. Today's story starts from the Shendong Temple on the main peak of Sanjialing, which is the core location of the shamanistic dragon sect. As mentioned earlier, below the main hall is a vast underground palace, heavily guarded with secret passages and hidden sentinels, making it impossible for outsiders to enter. However, it depends on who is coming. If they are part of the same group, these guards won't appear or obstruct. Speaking of it, Nameless Master is the great protector of the shamanistic dragon sect. At this moment, he, accompanied by 2 followers, entered the underground palace without any hindrance. In no time, they arrived at the entrance of the underground palace. However, Nameless Master didn't enter the temple but proceeded downward, reaching the lowest level. This level serves as a prison for the sect's most dangerous criminals, and usually, no one comes here, making the security even tighter. Open the dragon rank cell, pay respects to the great guardian. Nameless Master has come to visit the most securely guarded dragon-ranked prison cell. Guardians, we dare not open the door without the orders of the sect leader. Please, great guardian, do not make things difficult for us. Normally, no one is allowed in here except for the sect leader. When they heard that Nameless Master wanted to enter, the 2 guards were clearly in a difficult position. If it were someone else, they would certainly assert their authority or come up with convincing reasons. However, Nameless Master wouldn't do that, so he remained silent with a stern expression. But unexpectedly, his 2 followers behind him suddenly took action. These 2 followers were highly skilled, and their movements were swift. The 2 guards hadn't even reacted before they were struck and knocked to the ground. Quickly, find the key, all right. Once the guards were down, the rest was straightforward. They retrieved the keys from their bodies, and the 3 of them opened the heavy iron door. As they pushed the door open, a chilling aura wafted out, accompanied by a foul odor. As expected, there was a person locked inside the cell. Your master is locked up here. Entering the cell, the 2 followers removed their cloaks, revealing that they were actually Black Fox and Liao Fengyi. Nameless Master had a sudden realization and decided to help Liao Fengyi rescue his master. He has suffered a lot. Don't shout, speak softly. Master, upon seeing his master restrained on an iron chair, Liao Fengyi's anger surged. His master was in a state of unconsciousness and didn't respond to his calls. Master, this disciple is unfilial. I've come too late, thinking about what Miss Liu had mentioned about his master's suffering. Liao Fengyi's heart was in agony, and tears welled up in his eyes. Master, I'm here to save you. We shouldn't stay here for long. Liao Fengyi wanted to quickly release the restraints on his master, helping him down from the chair. Upon touching him, Liao Fengyi found his master's body cold and stiff, like a corpse with weak breathing. No matter how he called, there was no response. "Oh, master, I'll get you out of here. This place is not suitable for a long stay." Liao Fengyi wanted to quickly remove the shackles from his master and help him down from the chair. But at this moment, Liao Fengyi was in turmoil and didn't notice that his master's lips had slightly curled up. "How do I open this chair? I'll go find a tool." Liao Fengyi, eager to save his master, didn't realize that something was wrong, but his companion, Black Fox, noticed it. "Fengyi, be careful." Black Fox's warning had just been uttered when the master suddenly took action. A palm carrying a strong gust of wind swept toward Liao Fengyi. Although Black Fox managed to pull him aside in time, Liao Fengyi still suffered a deep gash on his chest. "That's not your master." "What?" With one attack unsuccessful, and Liao Fengyi's life at stake, the master turned around and launched another palm strike, infused with powerful internal energy. This attack was swift and fierce. Liao Fengyi hadn't yet understood what was happening with his master, and in his momentary confusion, he was struck directly. Both of them were sent flying about 5 to 6 meters by this strike. From the moment Liao Fengyi rushed forward to save his master to the sudden turn of events, only a few seconds had passed, and the change happened too quickly. It was only then that Nameless Master on the side realized something was wrong. As for Liao Fengyi and Black Fox, before they could get up after being knocked down by the master, they saw the master moving again, charging toward them. The opponent's moves were extremely treacherous and fierce, clearly aiming to put both of them in a life-threatening situation. In terms of speed, who could be faster than Nameless Master in this room? Seeing that the two were at a disadvantage, a shadow-like figure quickly appeared in front of them. Seeing the opponent's palm coming, Nameless Master had no choice but to use his true ki to confront the attack. That master possessed formidable power, while Nameless Master's cultivation was profound. When their forces clashed, a dazzling light burst forth. The powerful force exploded, sending both individuals flying. "Master, you can't use true Kai." Since entering the dungeon, everything had happened too quickly. Liao Fengyi knew that Nameless Master's skills were unmatched, but his true Qi circulation was impaired, which was his weakness. Engaging with true Qi at this moment, Liao Fengyi couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. Liao Fengyi's concerns were justified. After being blown away, Nameless Master landed heavily on the ground. Struggling to get up, it was evident that his internal injuries had worsened. However, the master on the other side was different. After being sent flying, he somersaulted in midair and landed steadily on the ground. "Stop pretending. Wolf Poison Ghost, what are you doing here?" Although the opponent had disguised himself, he was still a fellow member of the sect, and Nameless Master recognized him. "Nameless Master, our sect leader is indeed wise. This guy is one of sect leader Du Shanjun's personal assassins, known as the Wolf Poison Ghost. He's a lunatic who fights without regard for his life. The sect leader said you were unreliable, and you indeed are a treacherous scoundrel." Sect leader Du Xianjun of the shamanistic dragon sect was cunning and had long been on guard against Nameless Master. He set this trap using deception, waiting for them to fall into it. "Don't bother asking. He won't talk. Where is my master?" Liao Fengyi didn't care about falling into the trap. The shamanistic dragon sect was destined for a confrontation sooner or later. At this moment, he was most concerned about his master's whereabouts. "The old man is on the brink of death. Don't act recklessly. He's not easy to deal with, you bastards." But how could this Wolf Poison Ghost, who was fiercely loyal to sect leader Du Xianjun, speak? "You should leave now. I'll handle this." "No, we can't let you face the danger alone. Master, together, our strength will be greater." Nameless Master was extremely anxious at this moment. Since this was a trap, there would undoubtedly be greater dangers ahead. so he urged the two to leave quickly. However, Liao Fengyi and Black Fox knew he was injured and refused to leave. "What's this? Have I become so weak in your eyes now?" "It's not that." Nameless Master understood their hearts and was deeply moved, but he couldn't allow himself to be in such a sorry state that even the younger generation worried about him. "Thinking of leaving? You're too naive. This dungeon will be your eternal tomb." Just when Liao Fengyi and Black Fox were hesitating, the eerie voice of the wolf poison ghost rang out. "Ha ha ha! None of you can escape." Indeed, as soon as his voice fell, there was a loud clang in the corridor. Not good. The iron gate in the corridor is closed. Without saying, they knew that when they came, they noticed there were iron doors in the passage leading to the dungeon. Now that the iron door had fallen, they were trapped, and the other party was determined to kill them. "Hurry, let's find a way out, Fengyi. We'll listen to Master. Otherwise, none of us can get out." Nameless Master shouted in a hurry. Black Fox was the first to react. This was not the time for indecision. The most important thing was to find a way out. Otherwise, even drowning would kill a few people. "Master, please be careful." The two didn't delay any further and exchanged a few words of caution before turning and rushing out of the dragon rank cell to look for an exit. "You seem very confident in dealing with me. Stop pretending." Wolf Poison Ghost. Inside the cell, Nameless Master confronted the wolf poison ghost. "You usually act so high and mighty, like you're invincible. I've had enough of it." The sect leader already noticed. "In fact, you have a severe internal injury." Nameless Master held a high position in the sect and had advanced skills, but the wolf poison ghost dared to challenge him because he knew that Nameless Master, who was suffering from internal injuries, was not as formidable as he used to be. "So, prepare to die peacefully, is that so?" Having his concealed injuries pointed out by someone, Nameless Master's body stiffened, and his face gradually darkened. "Heh, still trying to act at this point? Very well, bring it on." This only excited the wolf poison ghost even more, knowing he had guessed correctly. At this point, the wolf poison ghost couldn't contain his excitement and roared, pouncing towards Nameless Master. Indeed, Nameless Master refrained from using true ki and only used punches and kicks to defend himself. But this didn't mean that the wolf poison ghost had the upper hand. After a series of leg attacks, before he could even retract his moves, he saw Nameless Master's fist coming at him. This frightened the wolf poison ghost, and he hurriedly retreated to avoid the attack, then distanced himself from Nameless Master. "Aren't you injured? How? What's wrong? Am I not injured? Are you losing your nerve now?" With a burning sensation on his cheek, the wolf poison ghost suddenly felt something was amiss. It seemed that Nameless Master, who had appeared weakened after the two young men left, had suddenly regained strength. "If we can't open it, what should we do?" "Don't panic, you move back." Leaving the puzzled wolf poison ghost in the cell, let's turn to Liao Fengyi and Black Fox in the passage. They had tried everything but couldn't open the iron door, and they were getting extremely anxious. Meanwhile, in the other passage, Aku successfully made his way in. The Master's Mysteries. Tales of Magical Mastery. Episode 95. Master Mo, what is that? Just as Liao Fengyi and others were trapped in an underground cell, in the underground palace above, a fat guy was pushing a large rice vat towards the kitchen. "Muhua Fairy, this is the sorghum rice just offered by the disciples." "Oh, then I'll trouble you to make wine." But halfway, they encountered a curvaceous and beautiful woman who started a conversation. The chubby guy named Mo immediately cast a lustful glance at her with his small eyes. "Hey, I'll definitely save some for Muhua Fairy alone." "All right, thank you for that." A few words made Mo Fat almost have a nosebleed. He kept looking back even after walking a long distance, as if his eyeballs were about to fall out. Although the beautiful woman spoke politely, she obviously didn't pay much attention to the chef. She turned and walked into another passage. After putting down the woman, let's talk about Moffat. It took him a lot of effort to move the big vat back to the kitchen and place it neatly in the corner. But he wondered in his heart that this vat was really heavy. He cursed the disciples in his mind for being easily fooled. They stored the rice without drying it properly, and rice with too much moisture couldn't be stored for long. Fortunately, the rice was going to be used for brewing in a few days, so it didn't matter. After placing it, he pushed a small cart out of the door. However, he didn't know that as soon as he left, a big rat with long red fur popped its head out of the rice vat. Ahu observed and found no danger, then turned back and squeaked twice. Then another head popped out of the rice vat. Did he leave? Ahu, scout ahead. Let's go find them. It turns out that Xiaodi had secretly infiltrated the dragon shaman sect. Be careful. This is the center where various immortal sects gather. At this moment, Ahu sensed Liao Fengyi's location, then led Xiaodi deeper into the underground palace. Putting aside Xiaodi and Ahu, let's talk about the Forbidden Master and the wolf-poisoned ghost in the dragon-grade prison. No one expected that the one who was currently in a miserable state was the previously imposing wolf-poisoned ghost. What is this, all the skill you have? The wolf-poisoned ghost was even more astonished. The sect master had said that the Forbidden Master was just putting on an act, but his true Kai had already dissipated, and he had suffered serious internal injuries. You can't use true Ki because of your injuries. What I see with my eyes, what I hear with my ears, may not necessarily be true. But ever since those two young people left, the previously weakened Forbidden Master seemed like a completely different person. What are you trying to do? No matter whether he fought with martial arts or inner strength, he was beaten badly. He was even forced into a corner and had released poison, but he still didn't harm a single hair of the nameless master. He was truly powerful. Do you have the right to know? At this moment, the wolf-poisoned ghost finally understood. The weakness and internal injuries of the nameless master were all an act. He pretended in front of those two young people, and even within the sect. But what was his purpose in doing so? Remember what I told you. Behave well in a while. Don't disappoint me. And just after he learned of his deception, he even released him, without asking if he was willing or not. He gave him a task and then turned and left. Should he listen to him? Is he a traitor in the sect, or is there some other hidden truth here? The wolf-poisoned ghost felt like his head was about to explode. Get out of the way. Now let's talk about Liao Fengyi and the Black Fox, who were exerting all their strength against the heavy iron gate in the corridor. The Black Fox was getting impatient at this point. He used his full strength and infused spiritual energy into the Spirit Fox sword, launching an attack against the iron gate. Liao Fengyi knew the abilities of the Black Fox and the sharpness of the Spirit Fox sword very well, so the destructive power of this attack was beyond imagination. What? It still didn't work. Looks like we're going to be trapped here. But they didn't know how the iron gate was made, as this attack only left a shallow mark on its surface. There's someone outside. Just when both of them were running out of ideas and starting to despair, they suddenly heard a strange noise coming from the other side of the iron gate. Then the iron gate made two clicking sounds and was actually opened. Xiaodi, how did you also get in here? Why are you trapped here? Ahu and I were worried about you, so we came to help. As the door opened, Xiaodi entered, and both sides were surprised. It was only after Xiaodi explained that they understood that there was a mechanism on the outside of this iron gate, and opening it wasn't difficult. You stay here and guard the gate. I'll go help the nameless master. In any case, the crisis of being trapped had finally been resolved. Liao Fengyi, concerned about the nameless master, wanted to go back and check on the situation. As the three of them were talking, they suddenly heard a muffled noise from behind in the corridor. They turned around and saw that it was the nameless master. "Why haven't you escaped yet?" But the nameless master at this moment was in a sorry state, clearly having suffered heavy injuries in the battle with the wolf-poisoned ghost. "Master, how are you?" "It's fine. That wolf-poisoned ghost is indeed formidable." Seeing the nameless master in this state, Liao Fengyi hurried over to help him up. "Hurry, we need to leave here as soon as possible." "All right." The nameless master appeared extremely anxious, telling everyone that more enemies would arrive soon, and they needed to leave quickly. "Black Fox, lead the way. I know the way we came in. Follow me." Everyone naturally understood this and didn't dare to delay at this moment. They supported the nameless master and ran towards the upper-level underground palace. This bottommost level of the underground palace was vast, but as they ran through several passages, they didn't encounter anyone, which surprised them greatly and put them on high alert. This was too abnormal. There was only one possibility. The enemies had set a larger trap, and they were still within the enemy's trap. Wait, something's not right. Indeed, as they entered another passage, even without Black Fox's reminder, they could feel that danger was approaching. They looked ahead, and the dangerous aura came from a bend in front. The sinister and perilous atmosphere made their hair stand on end. They cautiously moved forward along the wall. But at this moment, an unexpected event occurred. A tremendous force suddenly pierced through the stone wall, sending the nameless master flying. This sudden change happened too quickly, and before they could understand the situation, everything had already unfolded. Someone is behind the wall. The three rushed to the nameless master's side. Secretly lamenting the attacker's strength, they managed to severely injure the nameless master accurately through the wall. "Who's there? Don't skulk around. If you have the guts, come out." Black Fox and Liao Fengyi couldn't tolerate this sneaky and underhanded behavior. They preferred a direct confrontation rather than this covert action. "You can't escape. All the iron gates above are locked." It seemed that shouting loudly worked. It appeared that the person behind the attack had no intention of hiding and slowly emerged from behind the stone wall. "You'll never get out of here." The newcomer was the wolf-poisoned ghost, but he no longer had the same arrogance as before. Instead, he exuded a sinister aura. "Damn it, it's you again. Don't move. I'll deal with him." Liao Fengyi and Black Fox had taken a dislike to this guy earlier, and now that he was causing trouble again, they couldn't help but be furious, especially Black Fox, who approached with the spirit fox sword in hand. "Die!" Black Fox didn't waste any words. He swung his sword fiercely at the wolf-poisoned ghost. However, to his surprise, the wolf-poisoned ghost directly raised his hand to block. Seeing this, Black Fox was stunned. How could a physical body possibly withstand a divine weapon? Could it be that this guy had a death wish? He's doing it on purpose. His blood is highly toxic. Both Xiaodi and the nameless master here understood the situation and shouted to warn Black Fox. Black Fox heard the warning from earlier and managed to avoid the splashing toxic blood. However, the wolf-poisoned ghost's other ghostly claw swept in, forcing Black Fox to retreat repeatedly. "Come out, poisonous wolf." In the moment of everyone's astonishment, the wolf-poisoned ghost raised his arm, and the gathered blood clots formed a huge wolf's head. Before long, a massive wolf demon emerged from his severed limb. That's the poison wolf vengeful spirit fused within him. Extremely vicious and malicious. Be careful, everyone. Only after the nameless master spoke did everyone understand. The wolf-poisoned ghost had merged with a poison wolf demon from the western region in his early years, and what he released now was the vengeful spirit of that poison wolf. According to legend, this western region poison wolf demon fed on the corpses of the dead, then refined them into toxic mist, using this mist to harm people and consume even more corpses. It was once known as the most malevolent creature in the western region. As soon as the poison wolf was released, a purplish-green toxic mist surrounded his entire wolf form, looking extremely dangerous. Kill them. A pair of eerie green eyes stared at everyone intensely, and the bloodthirsty malice in his eyes grew stronger. Just as the wolf-poisoned ghost finished speaking, the poison wolf leaped violently and pounced fiercely toward everyone. This creature's body was condensed from the wolf-poisoned ghost's blood mist, appearing solid yet ethereal and highly toxic, making it difficult to deal with. The poison wolf in front of them was formidable, and at the same time, a figure appeared in the passage behind the group. It seems that delving into the dragon shaman sect is indeed full of dangers. The Master's Mysteries. Tales of Magical Mastery. Episode 96. Back off. Leave it to me. Continuing from the previous text, we were discussing the poisonous blood flowing from the severed limb of the wolf demon, slowly forming into a fierce poisonous wolf. As soon as it appeared, it aggressively lunged at everyone. With a weapon in hand, Black Fox hurriedly protected everyone behind him. With a swing of the Spirit Fox sword, a loud bang was heard. Impressive. Although the poisonous wolf's attack was neutralized, Black Fox also suffered. He was forced to step back several steps. Be careful. This thing is very sinister. Don't get contaminated. Got it. Watching Black Fox not gaining any advantage, Liao Fengyi couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. A six-tailed spirit fox. Not bad. Speaking of the wolf demon, seeing the poisonous wolf being repelled, he grinned. Half human, half demon, quite skilled. Both sides could see each other's details at a glance. Unwilling to give in, Black Fox's face also showed a serious expression. Kill him. As soon as the wolf demon's voice fell, the poisonous wolf stepped up again. The strange green light in its eyes intensified, and its whole body was covered in a dark red poison mist, like a walking poison arsenal. After hearing the wolf demon's command, it immediately lunged aggressively. Good timing. After exchanging a move, Black Fox naturally had a good understanding. At this point, he wasn't panicking, and with a swing of the Spirit Fox sword, he performed a spiritual ceremony. Go to hell. When the poisonous wolf rushed forward, a loud shout, accompanied by a sword wind, was released. The body quickly leaped up, and a sword struck at the wolf's head. The Spirit Fox sword's cold light surged, sharp and intimidating. At this moment, Black Fox perfectly merged with the Spirit Fox sword. The poisonous wolf, after all, was formed from poisonous blood. With a flash of cold light, the poisonous blood splattered. The wolf corpse split in two, immediately falling to the ground. Black Fox's sword strike was clean and precise, expecting to make the wolf demon suffer severely. How about it? Do you want to give it a try? However, Black Fox found that the wolf demon not only didn't show fear but grinned instead. Indeed, soon Black Fox noticed something unusual. The body of the poisonous wolf was emitting a sizzling red mist. Just as Black Fox was puzzled, the body of the poisonous wolf suddenly exploded. Then a foul-smelling red mist instantly filled the entire stone chamber, enveloping everything. As the red mist approached, Black Fox immediately felt the highly toxic nature of it, experiencing a burning and stinging sensation. This mist is poisonous. The three people who stayed a bit farther away were busy adjusting their breath, circulating their true energy to protect their 7 orifices. They could resist for a while. Hey, I wonder how long you can hold on. Of course, this kind of breath-holding and body protection technique can't be sustained for too long. The wolf demon's face was filled with even more triumph, a sinister smile. Now let's talk about Black Fox again. The sword strike not only didn't solve the problem but made it worse. Just as he focused on holding his breath, he suddenly noticed the wolf corpse trembling. Following that, a large number of poisonous insects crawled out from the wolf corpse, densely surging outward. Watching the continuously wriggling insects, Black Fox's face turned pale in waves. Just as he felt a slight numbness in his limbs, a dark figure rushed over. Instinctively, Black Fox raised his hand to block, and the thing immediately stuck to his palm. Insects. Turning it over, it turned out to be a large insect. Black Fox's scalp immediately tingled. He quickly shook his hand, throwing the insect away. Go to hell. Immediately, the spirit fox sword in his hand swung. A flash of cold light, and the large insect was instantly split in half. However, although the insect was killed, the sticky liquid splattered all over Black Fox. Ah, disgusting. This guy. Is it necessary? Then Black Fox went crazy. If Liu Fengyi hadn't seen the exaggerated look on Black Fox with her own eyes, she wouldn't have believed that the fearless Black Fox, who feared nothing, was actually afraid of insects. As for Black Fox, in a frenzy, he didn't care about what was under his feet. Just hearing a crunch, he stepped on another large insect, and the sticky juice sprayed out from a distance. Black Fox looked down and saw more insects crawling to his feet, frightening him stiff, nearly losing his soul. Don't come near. Many of these insects had wings, buzzing and rushing towards Black Fox. Don't come near. Don't come near. Hero, do you need help? Liu Fengyi never expected that the terrifying poisonous wolf couldn't get close to Black Fox, but a few small insects almost took his life. Black Fox, what's wrong? Black Fox violently mobilized his true energy throughout his body. After a fierce explosion, he finally shook off the pile of poisonous insects. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect that you're afraid of insects at this moment. Black Fox is already furious to the extreme. He suddenly released his true form of the six-tailed spirit fox, and an instant burst of powerful aura was released. Go to hell. At this point, Black Fox was so provoked by the poisonous insects that he had lost some rationality. The released demonic nature instantly took over his mind. The spirit fox sword held in his hand horizontally, his eyes fiercely staring at the wolf demon, frightening the wolf demon into immediately retracting the contemptuous smile on his face. Black Fox fiercely swung down his sword, and in the stone chamber, a dazzling sword light burst forth. Nothing impressive, however. The fierce sword strike was avoided by the wolf demon, who then smirked, hanging a sly smile on his face. Taste my poisonous palm. At this point, the wolf demon believed that Black Fox relied on brute force and had no real skills. He didn't regard Black Fox highly. The forceful palm wind rushed towards him. But unexpectedly, his palm, which had already slammed in front of the opponent, hit nothing. Black Fox had quickly leaped behind him. The enraged Black Fox didn't intend to give him another chance. The spirit fox sword in his hand swung horizontally once again. Without the slightest hesitation, a sharp sword strike descended. The body of the wolf demon instantly split in half. But he didn't die immediately. After his body fell to the ground, he suddenly burst into mad laughter. Following that, a dense red mist erupted from his body. Run. This poison is even more intense. Black Fox, being a celestial being, immediately understood when he saw the surroundings turning black. This red mist is more sinister and intense than the previous mist, and the quantity is greater. We need to get out as soon as possible. Black Fox's reminder immediately made the three people aware of the danger. Quick, go this way. So, without any delay, the group followed Nameless Master towards a side stone door. During this intense sprint, everyone exerted their full strength because they knew that the poisonous mist behind them was spreading very quickly. Not good. It's catching up. The poisonous mist swiftly surged towards them like a flood. Faster, just a bit faster. The moving speed of the mist was not slower than that of the group. If the group's footsteps slowed down a bit, they would be engulfed by the poisonous mist. Fortunately, Nameless Master was familiar with the terrain, deliberately choosing some detours. The mist's speed slowed down a bit, gaining the group some precious time. Little did they know, this underground prison was the core of the divine dragon shaman. Inside, even greater dangers were waiting for them. The Master's Mysteries. Tales of Magical Mastery, Episode 97. Continuing from the previous episode, it is said that Black Fox, after defeating the poison wolf ghost and his poisonous wolves with a sword, forced everyone to flee in panic from the poisonous smoke emitted by the corpses in this underground prison. Several people, busy dodging the poison smoke in a hasty manner, were unaware that besides the poison wolf ghost, there were other ambushes here. Just as several people reached a corner, Liao Fengyi suddenly felt a strong wind behind his head. As he turned around, he saw a man wearing wolf skin, wielding a ruthless and venomous knife. In the chaos, Liao Fengyi had no choice but to raise his hand to block the opponent's arm. But unexpectedly, the guy was using dual knives. As one hand was blocked, the razor-sharp blade in the other hand swept over, cutting open a gash in Liao Fengyi's abdomen instantly. The guy was extremely pleased with his successful strike. With a reverse motion, another dagger stabbed down, the move becoming even more fierce and ruthless. However, at this moment, a powerful punch came smashing in at an angle, instantly sending that guy flying out. The one who intervened was the Nameless Master. When it comes to martial arts among these people, no one is his match. With one punch, he knocked that guy out cold. The sound was too weak to identify. "Thank you, Master." Seeing this, everyone is probably confused. Is the Nameless Master on the side of good or evil, friend or foe? Let's keep it a secret for now. The poison smoke is back. Now, a few people, delayed by this little incident, had the poisonous red smoke behind them once again rolling up. Hurry, let's go. These people dare not delay any longer. Immediately following the Nameless Master, they ran along the complex tunnel. They want to trap us, but passing through several exits leading upwards, they found all of them sealed by heavy iron gates. They couldn't get out at all. This place is sealed too, even in this large underground prison. There is an end. Finally, the group reached the last passage leading to the upper floor, but it was still sealed. "Let me handle this, Master." At this point, everyone understood. This was the enemy strategy. The poison wolf ghost released poison smoke from the beginning, and then sealed the iron gates, making it easy to poison and kill these people. No, there's no time. The poison mist is coming. With time running out, despite their best efforts, the iron gate remained motionless. Liao Fengyi became even more anxious. Are we all going to die here? At this point, the poison smoke surged like a tidal wave, and in a few seconds, it would engulf everyone. Protect yourselves with true energy, and let's find another way. Watching the approaching poison fog, the hearts of the group sank. Although they could hold their breath for a while, the ultimate result seemed to be a dead end. It seems that Lord Duke Xian has calculated everything. Fengyi, this way. Just as the situation became critical, a series of clanking sounds suddenly echoed. Everyone turned to see the side gate opening, and Ahu was standing there shouting toward them. That leads downward, but it's a good place to hide for now. Although it wasn't the way up, the current situation was urgent. It was good to hide inside for a moment. So everyone hurriedly went in, and Ahu quickly closed the gate. "Don't look back. Let's go." Liao Fengyi looked back at the dungeon behind him. After he left, he didn't know if he could rescue his master again. Seeing Liao Fengyi falling behind, Black Fox kept urging him to hurry. After running for the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, they reached the bottom of the descending stairs and entered a massive underground space. This is the water source of the sect. It finally became clear to everyone that this was an underground reservoir, whether natural or artificially constructed. The amount of water seemed considerable. There was a faint sense of light overhead. Looking up, they saw a circular opening, but it was over 10 yards high. With the surrounding stone walls being slippery, it would take some effort to climb up. A few minutes later, at a well on the backside of the Three Peaks main peak, a large rat crawled out. Seeing that there was no one around, it quickly jumped out and carefully observed its surroundings before squeaking twice towards the well. As soon as the rat's squeaks ended, Liao Feng, with a flip, jumped out of the well. He mentioned that climbing up was not easy, but it didn't pose much challenge to the group. After a while, everyone emerged from the well. Looking around, they realized they were in a relatively remote mountain hollow. This is the back mountain, the core activity area of the sect. Listening to the Nameless Master explanation, it turned out that the shaman of the Divine Dragon sect had many elite soldiers. They concentrated their training and activities in this area. However, where have all the people gone? It's strange. This place should usually have constant foot traffic. Why is there no one here today? Could it be? Upon closer inspection, it was also strange in the underground stone dungeon. Given the sect's strength, they only sent the wolf poison ghost and one subordinate for the assassination. This was indeed suspicious. Not good. This indicates that they are preparing for military action, Nameless Master analyzed, indicating that the people of this sect have already abandoned them. What they are busy with is more important. It seems they are preparing to invade the Central Plains. It looks like the nomadic army is also preparing to launch an attack on the Central Plains. All of this must inevitably coincide with the actions of the nomadic army. It seems that widespread chaos is unavoidable. Just as they were talking, Ahu, who had gone to scout, returned, squeaking twice to signal that there was no danger ahead. "Let's go. Let's check it out." So, led by Ahu and guided by Nameless Master, the group ran towards the depths of the Three Peaks along a winding path. Running along, they realized that there was no need for Ahu to scout. There wasn't a single guard here. Almost no human figure could be seen throughout the entire Three Peaks. After running for a while, they suddenly heard voices and saw flickering lights from afar. The group crouched behind the rocks, stealthily observing. So many people, they are really starting. Looking down, not to mention the three young people, even Nameless Master was quite surprised. Seeing densely packed ranks of well-organized people on the mountainside, a huge bonfire making the mountainside as bright as day. Looking closely, under the firelight, each disciple had a solemn expression, like wooden sculptures or clay figurines. It was unclear if they were well-trained or if their minds were controlled. At the forefront of the formation was a sturdy general, sitting on a horse. He wore an iron helmet, a face covered with an iron mask, and his whole body clad in iron armor, resembling a diamond cast in iron. At this moment, beside the towering bonfire, there was a statue of a divine dragon, and a person dressed as a shaman was on the platform singing a divine melody. The shaman's hand beat the drum rhythmically, and then a blazing fire suddenly surged, engulfing the entire dragon statue in an instant. The momentum was like a real dragon charging into the heavens. The roaring sound of the crowd below the fire dragon suddenly shook the heavens. It seemed like their morale was soaring. displaying a heroic spirit willing to sacrifice everything for battle. This powerful scene left the group stunned. But at that moment, the iron-faced general suddenly turned his head in the direction of the group. Could he have discovered them? That would be incredible. However, when he turned to look, there was nothing on the mountain wall, completely empty. It's the headless ghost general. He's incredibly powerful. It's impossible for him to have noticed us from this far away. It turns out Nameless Master was even more alert. Sensing something was wrong, he had signaled the group to take cover early on. But did the headless ghost general really not notice the group? Clearly, that wasn't the case. He drew a javelin-tipped arrow from his horse's saddle bridge, took down an iron bow, and with a powerful pull, stretched the bowstring. The javelin arrow shot through the air like lightning, accompanied by a piercing whistling sound. It struck the mountain wall, sending countless rock fragments flying, demonstrating its incredible force. The arrow hit the mountain wall just above the group's heads. The falling rocks showered down towards them. The group wasn't afraid of the falling rocks, but within the debris, a giant figure appeared. The headless ghost general, like a giant golden-winged rock, had leaped onto the top of the group. The group found themselves in a dire situation, facing a formidable enemy. In this overwhelming force, could they still find a way to survive? The Master's Mysteries. Tales of Magical Mastery, Episode 98. In the previous episode, we were talking about Liao Fengyi and others secretly witnessing the shamanistic ceremony of the Divine Dragon sect. The gathered cultists were swearing allegiance, preparing to deploy troops to the Central Plains. However, their secret observation had already been discovered. The headless ghost, after shooting an arrow, leaped onto the stone platform on the cliff. The headless ghost's arrival was quite imposing. As soon as he landed on the stone platform, the sound of his iron armor resonated, shaking the half of the mountain wall. The momentum was fierce and intimidating. Liao Fengyi and the others were somewhat surprised to be discovered, but immediately prepared for battle. Unexpectedly, the general did not attack, but slowly reached for his warhorse below the cliff. At this moment, a strange scene occurred. For some unknown reason, the silver spear on the warhorse, even at a considerable distance, trembled for a moment and then flew towards the headless ghost. The headless ghost reached out, tightly gripping the silver spear in his hand. Holding the silver spear in his hand, the headless ghost raised it high above his head, pausing 3 times, as if giving orders. Not good, there's an ambush above. Liao Fengyi quickly understood what this meant. With the raising of the silver spear, a rhythmic sound of footsteps suddenly came from above the mountain wall. Immediately, a neat row of soldiers appeared on the mountain wall, each holding a sharp arrow, and the shiny arrowheads were all aimed at the 4 people. The way out was blocked. Moreover, soldiers with pointed spears appeared on the mountain road behind the headless ghost, firmly blocking the way. We are surrounded. At the same time, soldiers appeared on the mountain road behind them, creating a pincer movement. Escaping at this moment seemed harder than reaching the sky. In just a few minutes, the few people who had just escaped from the dungeon became trapped birds again. It is evident how dangerous the Divine Dragon sect is, and the military tactics of the headless ghost. I remembered, he is the headless general, but why is he here? However, the skilled use of military tactics suddenly reminded Xiaodi that this figure, wearing iron armor and iron mask, was the identity of a general. The headless general. Yes, he is a terrifying legend from the northern desert. He has been a fearsome presence, often said to ghost-like infiltrate enemy camps. Incredibly valiant. Yes, he is the headless general, but now he is under the control of General Du Xian. However, Xiaodi doesn't know many details about him. At this moment, The master who has been serving as a guardian in the divine dragon shamanic sect took over the conversation. The headless general is not inclined to let Master Wuhu disclose details about his background. With a swift movement, he charged towards them. The headless general, already tall and burly, clad in full armor, charged like a giant god descending, his fierce momentum making everyone nervous. Suddenly, the headless general leaped into the air, and a silver spear, weighing nearly 100 pounds, came crashing down. There was a loud bang, and the stone platform beneath them was instantly shattered, debris flying, dust billowing, and a powerful wave of air forcing everyone to step back. Master Wuhu didn't have time to talk to Liu Fengyi and the others. However, we need to clarify the background of this headless general. Putting aside the struggle between the four and the headless general for now, let's talk about this headless general. Originally, the headless general was a fierce general under General Yuan in the Central Plains. His surname was Lai, and he led troops for years against the nomadic armies of the north. Brave and skilled in warfare, he was like a military deity. At that time, General Lai was the nightmare of the entire nomadic army. It was said that he could hear the wind, discern the direction of grass, and frequently infiltrate enemy camps unexpectedly. Moreover, his soldiers, trained rigorously by him, were incredibly brave, like mountain tigers, fearless and bold. He himself always led the charge, wielding a shining silver spear with an unparalleled skill that would sweep down swaths of the enemy. Many famous generals of the nomadic army died under his silver spear. Over the years, just mentioning General Li's name could frighten off enemy forces, causing them to lose courage upon hearing it. It was because of formidable generals like him and General Yuan's defense that the shaky Central Kingdom had been able to withstand many years without being defeated. But as they say, a pot is bound to break at the well's edge, and a great general is inevitably destined to fall on the battlefield. The fate of General Lai was no different. There was a time when General Lai led a surprise attack on an enemy camp, only to find out that the massive fortress housed fewer than 100 people. The battle did not go as smoothly as expected. Report: just then, a scout rushed in with news, discovering that the main force of the nomadic army was fleeing towards a mountain pass. Report to the general: the enemy is escaping toward the mountain pass. No need to ask. The enemy must have learned about our attack plan in advance, so they shifted their main force, leaving only a small part to attract us and gaining time for the main force to escape. Chase, high-spirited, General Lai ordered a full pursuit, determined to exterminate the enemy. Little did he know that there were traitors within his own ranks, and every step was a carefully set trap. Leading his troops, General Lai chased all the way to the mountain pass, where they found discarded weapons and armor, evidence that the enemy, in a hurry to escape, had already lost morale. After the reconnaissance scouts found no danger, General Lai led his army into the dangerous canyon. However, what General Lai did not anticipate was that the enemy had already bought off all the scouts, and at this point, they had set up a massive encirclement, waiting for General Lai to fall into it. Seeing him lead his troops into the trap, the leader of the nomadic army did not rush to attack. Instead, he took out many gunpowder landmines plundered from the Central Plains. In the late Ming Dynasty, gunpowder was undoubtedly considered a powerful weapon, leaving soldiers armed with cold weapons with no choice but to face death. Soon, a massive explosion echoed through the valley, causing rocks and soil to fly, flames soaring into the sky. The earth-shattering explosion instantly turned the canyon, where the disciplined army was orderly marching, into a scene of carnage with countless casualties. The consecutive explosions not only resulted in numerous soldiers being killed or burned to death, but also some being crushed or trampled to death in the chaos. The scene was beyond gruesome. At this moment, The leader of the nomadic army saw that the time was ripe. With a command, he led tens of thousands of troops and descended once again. This was no longer a clash between two armies. The devastating casualties suffered by the Central Plains Army, facing the ferocious nomadic forces, turned everything into a one-sided, large-scale massacre. Over one night, the tens of thousands of soldiers led by General Lai were completely annihilated, not leaving a single survivor. Even the valiant and skilled General Lai was not an exception. However, he held onto his silver spear until his death, refusing to fall. Even in death, he insisted on standing, never yielding. But the nomadic army harbored a deep hatred for General Lai. How could they possibly leave his body intact? The leader of the nomadic army chopped off General Li's head to boost morale. Dying on the battlefield and being wrapped in a horsehide is considered a most honorable fate for a general. Yet, someone felt he could still be useful. This person was Du Xianjun, the leader of the Divine Dragon Shamanic sect. Using some unknown method, he made the headless General Lai stand up again and employed him, making him the leader of the dead warriors in the Divine Dragon Shamanic sect. It's worth noting that General Li's name shook both the northern desert and the central plains. With him leading, the combat effectiveness of the shamanic dead warriors immediately rose several notches. Faced with General Lai, who had lived a life of battles and had a reputation that resonated across the north and south, how would Liao Fengyi and the others respond? The Master's Mysteries. Tales of Magical Mastery, Episode 99. Continuing from the previous episode, we've explored the background of the headless General Lai. Now, let's shift our focus back to the Divine Dragon Shamanic sect. At this moment, a great calamity is descending upon Liao Fengyi and his companions. The headless general swings a massive spear, smashing it down, causing stones to fly in a violent gust of wind. As the dust settles, a large crater is revealed on the rock platform. Countless rocks fall, demonstrating the formidable force of his attack. Liao Fengyi and his companions find themselves surrounded on the narrow mountain wall, with no escape. At this moment, the headless general firmly suppresses them, making their situation extremely precarious. This General Lai doesn't even have a place for his spirit to reside. Could he have turned into an undead being? Liao Fengyi generally understands General Li's background, but as a Taoist practitioner from Maoshan, he can't comprehend the idea that if the head is gone, there is no place for the spirit. Normally, without a head, the soul should have dispersed. How could he still be in battle? Kid, have you figured it out? This so-called headless general is just an empty shell. It's okay to deceive ordinary people, but fooling a mage is no joke. Even if a zombie loses its head, it's just a pile of rotting flesh. Du Xianjun just wanted to use his name to make people swear allegiance. Indeed, Master Wuhui exposed Du Xianjun's intentions with just a few words. The fame of General Lai is what he desires. Having such a general as the commander of the Divine Dragon Shamanic sect is enough to make the enemy tremble at the mere mention. But no one knows what methods the sect leader used to make him like this, so that's how it is. As for why the headless general remains fierce even after death, that should be the key to defeating him. While a few people are contemplating, the headless general doesn't give them time for further discussion. With a swing of his spear, he charges at them once again. Just like before, with equally fierce moves, this thrust makes the mountain wall tremble, and debris scatters. Damn it, let me handle this. Forced to retreat once again, Black Fox is getting impatient. Although General Lai's background evokes sympathy, they can't keep passively taking hits. So, he raises the Spirit Fox sword and stands in front of Xiodi and Master Wuhui, ready to engage in a fierce battle with the headless general. Suddenly, a shout is heard from the air, and Liao Feng, without anyone noticing, has leaped behind the headless general. At this moment, he launches an attack. It turns out Liao Fengyi is more impatient than Black Fox. Taking advantage of the falling rocks from earlier, he jumped to the mountain wall and initiated an attack. Liao Fengyi's kick was full of force, and its power was evident. The headless general was sent flying more than 10 meters, crashing heavily behind everyone. This sudden change took the other three by surprise, and they all turned to look behind. Looking back was even more shocking. The helmet of the headless general immediately flew off, revealing an empty neck below. The body lay on the ground, truly a headless general. But this headless torso stood up again, brimming with killing intent. It was truly strange. He wasn't some dummy used by Du Xianjun to deceive people. Could Du Xianjun really possess such mystical abilities? Not to mention that this headless general was indeed a formidable warrior. After being knocked down by Liao Fengyi, he didn't display the valor of a brave warrior by launching a counterattack. Instead, he waved a single hand in the air, issuing a military command. They are closing in. With the command, the surrounding dead soldiers began to press forward, gradually tightening the encirclement. If we continue like this, we'll be trapped to death. These individuals may not be their match individually, but there's a saying, 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. With tens of thousands of them, no matter how skilled they are, how many can they fend off? The atmosphere became tense. You guys are really weak. Just as the situation became critical, a cold and ruthless voice suddenly echoed in the air. The 4 turned their heads towards the source of the voice, only to see an ambush on the cliff above, where the soldiers were screaming. Then chaos ensued. The dead soldiers fell from the cliff, and the screams formed a chorus. The imminent danger of the encirclement was completely resolved. It's the 9-headed Zhao. Why are you so late to the party? Just arrived. Among the 4, except for Master Wu Yi, who was still puzzled, the others guessed that it was the 9-headed Zhao who came to their aid. This kind of trivial matter. I thought you guys could handle it. Sure enough, in the blink of an eye, several large dark clouds pressed down. In the dark clouds, several gigantic jiaos were faintly visible, releasing a deliberately powerful aura that almost made Black Fox's nose crooked. Who knew you guys were so useless? However, this guy didn't care about Black Fox's blackened face and spoke unpleasantries. Fighting here is unfavorable for us. There's a large lake to the north of the mountain. Go there quickly. My main body is there. Despite the arrogance, Liao Fengyi's spiritual consciousness continued to receive the 9-headed Zhou's analysis of the situation. Leave these small fries to me. After speaking with Liao Fengyi, the 9-headed Zhou's figure suddenly pressed down, landing on the mountain wall. The 9 heads behind it were imposing. Suddenly, the 9 ferocious dragon heads charged towards the dead soldiers and followers, and the energy on the 9-headed Zhou's body became increasingly concentrated. Suddenly, this powerful force collided with the 9 dragon heads, creating a forceful impact that surged downward. Instantly, more than half of the mountain wall was shattered. Dozens of followers were sent flying into the air. This force quickly caused extensive collapses, and more people fell from the fractured mountain wall. Is he also from your immortal sect? His true form is the 9-headed Zhou. I just joined the battle a short while ago. Master Wu Hui was silent for a while as he observed the fierceness of the 9-headed Zhou. Liao Fengyi took the opportunity to introduce it to Master Wu Hui. Leave it to him here. Let's break out first. However, it was not the time for detailed explanations. Engaging in a battle on someone else's territory was particularly disadvantageous for their side. You go first. After he said this, the other 3 did not hesitate, jumping down from the gap that the 9-headed Zhou had just blasted open. Just as Liao Fengyi was about to jump down, he turned around and saw that the headless general was still staring at them. Seeing that everyone wanted to leave, he rushed up to intercept. Liao Fengdi hurriedly stopped and leaped forward, landing in front of the headless general. Let's talk about the headless general first. At this moment, the large spear was absent, but the iron fist was swinging towards him. In an instant, it pounded in front of Liao Fengdi. While keeping an eye on the headless general's movements, Liao Fengdi quickly grabbed the fallen spear on the ground. With a swing, the spear shaft thrust towards the headless general. However, the headless general's full-body iron armor was exceptionally tough, and he completely ignored such an attack, so the two engaged in a fierce battle. Liao Fengdi felt anxious. He didn't have time to entangle with him. If he got caught in the enemy's midst again, it would be difficult to break free. But the headless general was exceptionally fierce. His several attacks did not gain an advantage. Instead, he was forced to retreat step by step. However, after several rounds of fighting, Liao Fengdi figured out why this headless general, with only a torso remaining, could still fight. Seizing the moment when the headless general forced him to the mountain wall, Liao Fengdi suddenly leaped, the long spear in his hand raised, and fiercely stabbed into the neck of the headless general. As expected, a burst of foul black blood sprayed out, and the headless general's steps began to stagger. Because he was not far from the edge of the stone platform, after a few steps, he directly stepped into the air, and the headless general fell down the mountain wall. This half-cliff was at a certain height from the ground. At this moment, the headless general did not struggle. His movements were somewhat mechanical and stiff, falling headfirst towards the ground. In an instant, a loud bang was heard, and the powerful inertia caused the long spear to penetrate the neck of the headless general, piercing through his body. At this moment, Liao Fengdi also saw the true nature of the headless general's movements. Because crawling out from the neck of the headless general was a creature that looked like a snake head, but with some differences. Without surprise, this should be a giant guardian. "Leave him to me, then I'll be going. Let's go. Don't disturb me while I'm dining." It turned out that the reason the headless general, without a place for the soul to reside, could move like a living person was not because of any extraordinary ability of Xianjun, but rather this monster manipulating him from within. The appearance of the guardian coincided with the intentions of the nine-headed Zhao. Seeing the shining eyes of the nine-headed Zhao, Liao Fengdi didn't hesitate. He leaped off the stone platform and broke through the encirclement. "Quick, let's descend the mountain." "No, head north. Go to the edge of the big lake." With the nine-headed Zhao blocking the way in front, the group suddenly found it much easier to escape, smoothly breaking free from the multiple layers of siege. But next, the shamanic dragon cult was bound to engage them in a life-and-death battle. Aside from whether Liao Fengdi could rescue his master, the ambiguous identity of Master Wuhui was a hidden bomb. The legendary tale of the Immortal Mountain has finally reached its climax. The Master's Mysteries. Tales of Magical Mastery, Episode 100. At the foot of the main peak of the Tri-Mountain Range, a large group of followers has already gathered, and the expedition is about to begin. The shaman immortal family will bless us to unify the world, redeem the common people. Standing at the forefront of the group, giving a speech at this moment, is the leader of the shaman religion, Daoxianjun. He refers to this battle as a righteous act to save the suffering people. Loyal to the religion, eternal life to the immortal Lord. What's terrifying is that the morale of these brainwashed followers is instantly ignited. They shout slogans passionately, creating a thunderous momentum. Depart, the headless general is dead, but Daoxianjun and the high priest are still here. The death of the headless general seems to have no effect on the passion of these people. With a command from the high priest, tens of thousands of followers move instantly. The formation is even more organized than a regular army, and each person's face is filled with a determination to face death. On a nearby hillside, Liao Fengyi and others are silently watching as this large force moves outward. They still cannot be stopped. 1,000 miles of desolation, bones exposed in the wilderness. Ultimately, the suffering will be borne by the common people. Everyone understands that the collaboration of these thousands of warriors with the nomadic army attacking the Central Plains will inevitably lead to a deadly battle, causing widespread loss of life. Fengyi, you must understand that our abilities are limited, even if the country is riddled with holes. Even without them, its fate will still be sealed. But what the Honorable Master says is true. With just the 4 of them, it's impossible to turn the tide. Dynastic changes are the wheels of history moving forward. Moreover, at this time, the corrupt officials dominate the court. Oppressive policies weigh on the people, and the common people are starving. Whether the court can persevere depends on fate and the will of the people. The only thing the 4 of them can do now is to try to eliminate the core power of the divine dragon shaman, prevent the treasure from becoming military funds, and stop the expansion of the war. Because they agreed to meet with the 9-headed dragon, the group hastens their steps toward the back mountain. Sure enough, as soon as they turn around the mountain pass, they see a vast lake, spanning several square miles. It's indeed a good place for hiding giant beasts. The 9-headed dragon says that its true form is here. This guy is quite good at finding places. Looking at the spacious area in front of them, Black Fox is already planning the upcoming large-scale battle in their minds. This place, both above and below water, is quite spacious. It's really suitable for a fight. Let's go down and take a look. The Fox Immortal Guardian in the Hu Wangbai at Liu Hui has not shown up until now, and his strength is still unknown. Moreover, there is a terrifying demon dragon from the northern desert. The upcoming battle won't be easy. Master, how many formidable figures are there in the shamanistic sect? Master, Liao Fengyi wanted to take advantage of this moment to inquire about the strengths of those 2 people from Master Wu. Where did Master go? He was here just a moment ago. But now they noticed that Master Wu has mysteriously disappeared. Master, is there any danger? I saw him. Liao Fengyi couldn't help but worry. Normally, if he were leaving, he would at least inform everyone. His silent disappearance raises concerns about potential danger. Halfway, he suddenly turned onto another mountain path. Fengyi, I think there's something wrong with that master. At this moment, Ahu appeared. He had been scouting the surroundings and noticed that Master Wui intentionally distanced himself from the others, appearing somewhat secretive. Ahu, don't speak nonsense. He's right. I've always felt that Master is hiding his true strength. As soon as Ahu finished speaking, Black Fox also expressed his thoughts. From Master Wui's every move, Black Fox also sensed that something was amiss. Stop talking. Master is not a bad person. I won't believe it, however. Fengyi completely ignored the suspicions of others. 9-headed dragon, where is he? We agreed to meet, but he's not here. Yeah, where did that arrogant guy go? Not wanting to discuss this further, Liao Fengyi changed the subject. People looked at his stubbornness and couldn't say much, but each one harbored a subtle worry. 9-headed dragon, stop calling. I'm here. Just when everyone couldn't find the 9-headed dragon and was getting worried, a lazy voice came from behind. Are your eyes gasping for breath? It's been half a day, and you still can't see. Turning around, several figures appeared on the stone platform behind them. Is the immortal comfortable? Your abilities are beyond ordinary people's perception. The immortal is mighty. It was indeed the 9-headed dragon and the long unseen Liao Dong 3 killers. At this moment, the 9-headed dragon was leisurely enjoying the skills of the 3. Liao Dong 3 killers, what are you doing here? This guy, having faced life and death together along the way, comparing it with this guy was truly exasperating. Leave it to me. Ahuo, go set up a guard. Report if anyone comes. However, there was no time to be sentimental with him now. The enemy could appear at any time. Everyone needed to rest for a while. I'll go find some food. Everyone needs to replenish their energy. Good, I'll set up a big array around. Everyone needs a rest. Black Fox, you go. Not louder. Haven't you two eaten? Is it okay for you two to be like this? Kid, the immortal should be worshipped. Liu Fenghe looked at the unconventional black fox and nine-headed dragon and didn't say much. Maintaining this kind of mentality on the eve of a big battle was already good. Let's set aside the few people preparing for battle. Playing and preparing for battle. Now let's talk about another mountain valley below the Tri-Mountain Range. At this moment, there is a person walking alone on the hillside. On the grassy slope below, a wild rabbit is nibbling on grass, and the person's gaze has long been fixed on this rabbit. Then, with a sudden shake of the arm, a hawk flew out like an arrow. The target of this mountain eagle is precisely that wild rabbit. Its speed is extremely fast. Even if the rabbit were to grow wings at this moment, it would be hard-pressed to escape. But at this critical moment, a sudden whistle came. The mountain eagle, which had already swooped down on the rabbit, suddenly changed direction and charged toward a figure below the slope. The person wearing a bamboo hat raised the big shovel in their hand, as if signaling to the mountain eagle. Sure enough, the mountain eagle folded its wings and landed steadily on the big shovel of the person. Why resort to killing again? Aren't you afraid of the inner demons? And this person is none other than Master Wui, who quietly left Liu Fenghe and the others. The young man who used the mountain eagle to catch the rabbit is about 14 or 15 years old, with a very heroic appearance. When he saw that someone had taken his mountain eagle, he was stunned. Master, I am not taking a life but saving it. But then he knelt down on one knee, showing great respect to Master Wui. The rabbit, frightened, immediately fled, and in the grass where it was grazing, a poisonous snake appeared. Ha ha ha, my mistake. It seems you have really grown up. This reminds me of the time when we first met. Now, let's use Master Wui's memories to talk about the background of this young man. About 7 years ago, during the winter season when the northern polar region was covered in heavy snow, Master Wui came to visit the divine dragon shamanistic sect. The northern mountainous area was already closed off at this time, covered in thick snow. Without special abilities, who would dare to enter the mountains now? Kid, come down. I see you. Master Wui, trudging through knee-deep snow, reached a large tree at the mountain pass. Suddenly, he stopped, didn't lift his head, and spoke to the big tree. Who are you? I'd like to ask you first. Hemph. If I tell you, it might scare you. As Master Wui's words fell, a 7 or 8-year-old child swung down from the tree. He seemed to be a lookout, secretly observing Master Wui's movements. I am the young master of the emerging divine dragon shamanistic sect. And who are you? The young man claimed to be the young master of the recently established divine dragon shamanistic sect. His tone was quite imposing, fitting the demeanor of a young master. I am Wui, kid. Come down and talk. What kind of name is Wui? I haven't heard of it. Hey, what are you doing here? The little guy had never heard of Master Wui, but he skillfully jumped down from the tree. Judging from his movements, he seemed to have some martial arts skills. Are you a spy? Master Wui ignored him, looking up at a hawk soaring in the sky. Hey, what are you doing? Do you want to catch the hawk? Are you crazy? Suddenly, Master Wui reached out a hand towards the hawk in the sky, startling the child. What on earth did this unconventional old man want to do? But unexpectedly, the next scene truly surprised the child. The hawk, with a wingspan of nearly 2 meters, descended directly and landed in front of the two. However, the next scene shocked the child. The hawk, with a wingspan of nearly 2 meters, descended directly and landed in front of the two. "Do you like it? Wow, it's so cool." But then the child realized that the hawk didn't swoop down to harm them. Instead, it landed gently on the man's arm. "Really, with my method, you can also make friends with them, not just hawks." Being a 7 or 8-year-old, the child's interest was immediately piqued. "Will you teach me?" "Sure, but the divine dragon shamanistic sect also has many celestial beings to whom offerings are made, but the kind of friendly relationship Master Wui was talking about had never existed. You have to listen to me tell you a story first." But what is Master Wui's real purpose? The Master's Mysteries. Tales of Magical Mastery, Episode 101. In the past few years, in a village called Luojia Fortress in the north, there came a person dressed in black. This person in black walked straight toward a large mansion, immediately catching the attention of a young person sitting in front of the door. "Hey, outsider, today the clan is having a meeting. No one is allowed to approach. Hurry, leave. It turns out this village has a centuries-old prominent family." At this moment, several family heads are discussing matters with the clan leader inside. Upon seeing someone approaching, the young person immediately spoke to stop them. "I have some matters to discuss with the clan leaders. Please be understanding." The person in black was somewhat polite, but had a firm tone, expressing a desire to meet the Luojia clan leader. "Go away. What are you?" Not just anyone can see the clan leader. This young person was a bit stubborn, wielding authority without reason, showing disrespect in their tone. Then don't blame me for being impolite. Because of this statement, the face of the person in black instantly turned serious. "This year, with the blessings of various immortal families, we've had favorable weather. Speaking of which, in Luojia Fortress, the Luojia family is a traditional prominent family that involves immortals from the outside regions in the affairs of the Central Plains. When people in the surrounding areas fall ill or encounter issues at home, they come seeking help. Yeah, we must express gratitude to the immortal families. This year, let's build another white immortal hall. Over the centuries, they have indeed ensured the well-being of the local people. In light of this, the Luojia family is contemplating offering more blessings as a token of gratitude to the immortal families. We also need to make more offerings to our Liu Immortal Hall. Our family's immortal beings especially love eggs." But unexpectedly, while discussing this, a sound of breaking wooden boards rang out. Following that, something flew in. "What's going on? Didn't Xuanju stay outside the door?" At first, everyone couldn't see clearly what it was and was somewhat stunned. How could it be Xuanju? But when that thing steadied, it immediately terrified everyone. It was actually a bloody human head. Who is this person, daring to commit murder in broad daylight? Xuanju is the son of the Liu immortal family head. Everyone couldn't stay calm anymore and rushed out of the house, only to see a person standing outside. "I treated you with respect, but it seems I failed to attract the attention of the Luojia clan leader." Seeing the faint bloodstains on the person's hands, could it be that he cut off Xuanju's head with his bare hands? This person is truly unfathomable. "Who are you, daring to commit murder in Luojia Fortress?" It's too audacious. As the clan leader of Luojia Fortress, one must assess the situation, but one cannot lose their dignity, especially when someone has already committed murder on their doorstep. "I am the leader of the God Dragon Shaman. Either submit to us or disband." "What? God Dragon Shaman? Too arrogant." Upon hearing the proclaimed title, everyone was momentarily stunned. The God Dragon Shaman is a recently emerging power in the northern desert, continually infiltrating the Central Plains, which naturally stirred aversion among the people. "Submit to me. Dream on." In response, clan leader Lu's momentum surged. With a loud roar, he charged towards the man. presumptuous, relying on a few wild immortal beings with minimal cultivation. You think you can oppose my divine sect. Yet, the sect leader faced the crowd's attack without a trace of fear. Sure enough, when everyone released their own immortal beings, they were immediately dumbfounded. The opponent's summoned immortal being turned out to be a monstrous dragon. It was something beyond the capability of the crowd to handle. So, an uneven massacre began. "Dad, I'm back." Half an hour later, a child came bouncing back to the entrance of the mansion, appearing to have returned from playing outside. Dad, however, upon entering, the child saw a courtyard filled with corpses. These were the uncles and cousins who usually doted on him. Of course, amidst the blood pool was his own father, but at this moment, there was a bloody hole in his chest, turning him into a lifeless body. "Dad, wake up." And among these corpses stood a figure in black. The child, not understanding what had happened, cried and rushed to his father, shaking him incessantly. "Wake up." The appearance of the child quickly caught Duke Xianjun's attention. "Bad person, you killed my dad. I want to kill you." According to Duke Xianjun's intention, this should have been nipped in the bud because it would damage the reputation if the incident became known. Besides, leaving this child behind would inevitably lead to trouble later. "Give me back my dad." But the power displayed by this child when angry surprised him. He's quite a talent. A small child with surprisingly unique bones naturally emitted a subtle and imperceptible true energy. So, Duke Xianjun temporarily changed his mind. He pressed his big hand on the child's crown, and immediately a surge of true energy formed. Then the child's body went limp, immediately fainting. Duke Xianjun picked up the child and left the Luojia fortress. It's unclear what method he used, but this child surprisingly forgot everything from before. He became his adopted son and stayed in the shamanic dragon sect, learning many skills from Duke Xianjun. "Why are you telling me these things, you madman?" you say. Is this child treating the thief as his father? In the blink of an eye, this child grew to 7 or 8 years old, becoming a bit more sensible. After hearing Master Wui finish the story of the massacre, he seemed to realize something, immediately excitedly questioning. "What I say doesn't matter. What matters is that you need to remember something. Don't touch me. Get your hands off me." Master Wui didn't answer his question. He extended his hand, pressed it on the child's crown, and injected a trace of true energy. The child only felt that in his mind, a door that had been sealed for a long time was suddenly opened. All memories instantly rushed into his mind. Those beloved family members, once again presented before him in a bloody scene. At this moment, a 7 or 8-year-old child couldn't bear such a psychological impact. He stayed stunned for a full half cup of tea's time before tears gushed out. Then his legs went soft, and he knelt on the ground. "Dad, I'm not human." The memories of the past quickly merged with the memories of the past few years in the shamanic dragon sect, overwhelming the child. He completely lost control and started crying hysterically. "Dad, I was wrong indeed. Such an impact might not just affect a child. Even an adult could instantly collapse. Dad, your child is unfilial. I will avenge you." The child cried for more than an hour before slowly calming down. Master Wui never stopped him, allowing him to cry to his heart's content. "I will kill Duoxian Jun. Child, all of this is indeed harsh for you." When he heard that the child wanted to avenge this deep-seated hatred, Master Wui squatted down and comforted him. "I am an old friend of your father. It took me a lot of effort to find you. Originally, I hesitated about whether to tell you, but thinking about it, you shouldn't continue like this. It turns out that Master Wui is an old friend of the head of the Luo family. After the Luo family was annihilated, he conducted a thorough investigation over the years to uncover the truth. You are already a young man. What you need to do now is endure. Only by learning to endure can you achieve great things. After secretly observing the child for a few months and discovering his resilient character and kind heart, Master Wu decided to reveal the truth about the scar. But you won't be alone. I will stay here with you. You must learn skills properly. From then on, Master Wu, in order to nurture this child, also joined the shamanistic dragon cult. With his skills and cultivation, he quickly became a high-ranking protector in the cult. Someday, everything will follow the will of heaven, and under his guidance and companionship, the child grew up little by little. Master, are you suggesting? Yes. At this point, the child has grown to 14, becoming a handsome young man. However, the young man never understood when the awaited moment would come. The great battle is about to begin. You can take revenge. Of course, if you still want to, one might expect this news to excite the young man, but he showed no reaction. Perhaps he coveted the position of the shamanistic dragon cult's young master and had forgotten the hatred. Of course not. The scenes of bloody carnage with the remains of his loved ones have been engraved in his mind. It's not that he is not excited, but his character has been forged even stronger. I've been waiting for this day for a long time. Many people here have guessed that this young man is the outstanding successor of the immortal family mountain in the future, Luo Sheng. Dad, your child can finally let you rest in peace. Luo Sheng, who once led the 9 most elite routes of the immortal family, and single-handedly eradicated the legend of the White Lotus holy religion. Such a big wound, and you say it's nothing. What about your face? Turn around, and let's talk about the lake on the back of the Sanji range. At this time, everyone is preparing, and Xiaodi took advantage of this time to clean and bandage Liu Fengdi's wound. Xiaodi, by the lakeside, a gentle breeze blew. The 9-headed serpent and the black fox, along with the Sanji 3 killers, went to find the best battlefield. Alone, the atmosphere between the two intensified. Xiaodi, the big battle may be very dangerous. I don't know if we can survive in the end. Fengji, there's something I've been wanting to tell you. The Master's Mysteries. Tales of Magical Mastery. Episode 102. In the previous episode, we were talking about how Liu Fengdi grasped Xiaodi's wrist to wipe the wound for her. There's something I've been holding in my heart for a long time, and I want to tell you, having come a long way, there has long been a hidden affection between these two people. It's just that the thin layer of paper has not been pierced. Could it be that, with a major battle imminent, Liu Fengdi is finally going to confess? Young hero, go for it. Hey, this foolish lad has finally awakened. Not only us, but also several people not far away can't wait. They're all holding their breath, waiting for Liu Fengdi to say those words. Xiaodi, I want to tell you. And Xiaodi's face turned even redder, her heart pounding like a small deer. How long has it been since you washed your handkerchief? But unexpectedly, in this wonderful atmosphere, Liu Fengdi uttered a mood-killing remark. Not only Xiaodi, but everyone was stunned by his anticlimactic words. Cleaning a wound like this can easily lead to infection. Although knowing that this is not what Liu Fengdi truly wants to say, there is still some disappointment in the heart. If we don't die tonight, just as Xiaodi turned to leave, Liu Fengdi's voice rang out again. Marry me, okay? The sudden confession made Xiaodi immediately stop in her tracks. Though I may be clumsy, but I'll treat you well. This is the first time he has feelings for a girl, and Liu Fengdi is so nervous that he doesn't know what to say. Say yes, say yes. Before Xiaodi could answer, there was an excited cheer from nearby. Those onlookers cheered first. I don't know about them. Unexpectedly, there were others around. This time, Liu Fengdi and Xiaodi's faces turned even redder. Leaving aside the lively scene here, let's talk about Ahu, who is guarding on the side. Just as he was happy for Liu Fengyi, he suddenly felt a dangerous aura approaching. "It's you, old man," acting on instinct. He dodged to the side, and a bright red whip brushed against Ahu's chest and flew past. What a sharp youngster. Consider yourself lucky. It turns out that the newcomer is the old cunning demon from the Shenlong shamanism, Grey Demon, who had repeatedly ambushed everyone many times. Ambush, and then want to run. This old guy is really hateful. His sneak attack failed, so he turns around and runs, infuriating Ahu. "If you are so capable, don't run," Ahu yelled, and chased after him. But little did he know that he had fallen into the old guy's trap. "So many people, and you want me? Shiodi, what are you thinking?" As for the people in the woods, faced with Liu Fengyi's confession, Shiodi is at a loss. Truly envy-inducing. Just then, a strange voice suddenly sounded behind them, followed by two dangerous auras. "As a couple, we are happy for you." "Ah, memories. We were like that too back in the day." The two turned around to see two people slowly emerging from the woods. The man and woman were dressed elegantly, unmistakably a couple. "But it's a pity, you are enemies of our Shenlong shamanism." From the aura emanating from them, it's clear these two are no ordinary individuals. Finally here. Let me handle this." Seeing the couple, Black Fox on the side raised a corner of his mouth and immediately jumped down from the rock. They are the leaders of the Fox Immortal Hall, Lord Q Fox Immortal couple. It turns out that the Fox Immortal Hall on the left peak of the Three Extremes Ridge worships two Fox Immortals, and they are also envoys of the Shenlong shamanism. "They are handed over to me." While chatting, Black Fox separated the two and took the first mission himself. "I heard there's a six-tailed black fox. It must be you." "Right. Quite handsome." This fox couple seemed to have heard about Black Fox. Their gazes focused sharply on him. 500 years ago, a white fox demon went astray from the Nine Immortals Ridge. After arriving in the north, it cultivated by devouring infants. At this revelation by Black Fox, everyone was shocked. It turns out that this fox couple is a demonic entity that specializes in eating children for cultivation, and it seems Black Fox is well aware of their malevolence, committing heinous deeds and tarnishing the reputation of my Nine Immortals Ridge. Initially, everyone thought that Black Fox came to the Shenlong shamanism for treasure, but it turns out he also has the intention to eliminate the black sheep in his own clan. Nine Immortals Ridge. A bunch of stubborn old fools. Little handsome guy, you have quite a background. Having his identity exposed by Black Fox, the fox couple no longer pretends, revealing sinister expressions. Unable to hold back any longer, Black Fox immediately released his six-tailed Black Fox immortal form and infused his spirit fox sword with spirit, preparing for battle. Humph, just a six-tailed miscellaneous furball. Husband, showed no mercy, because black is absolutely atypical among fox demons. They don't even compare to the esteemed white fox. This fox couple doesn't regard Black Fox highly at all. Then let you see, Grandpa's prowess. Black Fox doesn't bother with their nonsense. He's long been fed up with these disgusting white fox demons. Swiftly advancing, he swings his sword into the air. This sword is truly fierce, although the white fox demon evades backward and avoids being directly struck by the spirit fox sword. The powerful sword energy still sends it flying 4 or 5 meters away. Just these moves, Black Fox doesn't give him a chance to catch his breath. Sword in hand, he charges forward. But in his mind, he keeps muttering about how useless the white fox is. "I can't." Now the white fox demon is so scared that he can't even speak clearly. Black Fox is even more furious, thinking how this guy was quite good at pretending just a moment ago. Then Black Fox ruthlessly stomps on that guy's face. Black Fox, well done. Liao Fengyi and Chiodi, who were watching on the side, are excited. It seems the first battle is already won. Is this what you get from eating so many children? Someone cheers from the sidelines, further motivating Black Fox. Thinking about that guy who ate so many children, he can't stop himself from stomping harder. Enjoying it, but at this moment, a sudden white flash passes through the corner of Black Fox's eye, and a dangerous aura approaches. You're thinking too simply. Kid, before Black Fox can turn around, the fist of the white figure has already smashed into Black Fox's chin. This punch is ruthless. It immediately sends Black Fox flying, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. Black Fox now realizes that this guy is indeed not easy to deal with. However, just as Black Fox lands and looks back to the spot where the white fox was, he finds that the person has disappeared. A bad premonition rises in his heart. Sure enough, that familiar sense of danger suddenly emerges from behind. Without giving Black Fox a chance to react, a powerful force slams into his back, and Black Fox immediately spews out a mouthful of blood. Then his body weakly flies forward. As Black Fox fell heavily to the ground, he completely understood in his heart that the gap between himself and this white fox demon was not just a small one. What happened just now? Unable to comprehend, Black Fox got up once again, and as he looked around, everything became clear. Immortal teacher, I know, I was wrong. Please forgive me. It turns out that the white fox demon that appeared just now was just a decoy. This white fox demon has established an immortal hall in the Three Extremes Ridge and has taken many wild immortals as disciples. Truly useless, this little fox demon must have made some mistake, sent to disguise himself as the frontliner. If the true leader hadn't appeared so quickly, this guy might have already been killed by Black Fox. Immortal teacher, have mercy. Useless things only bring shame to me. But just because this guy didn't die under Black Fox's foot doesn't mean there will be a good outcome. The kick from the white fox demon is even more ruthless than Black Fox. Keeping you is of no use, right? He forcefully stomped on the wild fox demon and crushed it. Seeing how ruthless the white fox demon is even to its own kind, Liao Fengyi and Xiaodi couldn't help but feel a chill. The black sheep among foxes, not worthy of being a fox. However, this only strengthened Black Fox's determination to eliminate him. But before Black Fox could charge towards the white fox demon with his sword, suddenly a powerful force struck his back again. This time, it was even more ruthless, sending Black Fox flying over 10 meters. However, the white fox demon remained standing without moving. Did you forget about your sister? Just when Black Fox was puzzled, a sweet voice came from behind. And it seems like you don't even care about your sister. It's really heartbreaking. This woman, who has been inconspicuously standing on the side since the beginning, took action when everyone's attention was drawn to the battle between Black Fox and the white fox demon. Now Black Fox found himself in a situation of being attacked from both sides, and both sides are cunning and fierce characters. Does he still have a chance of winning? The Master's Mysteries, Tales of Magical Mastery, Episode 103. We are currently discussing the battle between Black Fox and the Fox Demon couple in the Fox Immortal Hall. After several rounds of fighting, due to the vast difference in strength, Black Fox not only suffered losses, but also found himself caught in a pincer attack. How dare a six-tailed Black Fox be so arrogant? At this point, the white fox demon in the Fox Immortal Hall no longer disguised himself. He released his immortal body, revealing that he was a seven-tailed white fox. At the same time, the woman behind also released her spirit body, surprisingly a red fox with 6 tails, just like Black Fox. Am I afraid of you? Just a six-tailed red fox is comparable to my cultivation level. It's more than enough for me to fight for a while, especially when there is a seven-tailed white fox in front of me. Come on, experience the power of Grandpa. However, Black Fox is not the type to feel weaker in the face of a higher cultivation level. Faced with a formidable opponent, his fighting spirit only rises. With a shout and the invocation of the Spirit Fox Sword, he charged towards the White Fox Demon. Black Fox's speed is absolutely fast enough, and the sword energy is fierce enough. When the sword strikes, rocks shatter and dust billows. However, when the dust settled, the White Fox Demon was nowhere to be seen. Meanwhile, behind Black Fox, someone kicked a small stone into the air. Then a malicious wind struck. When Black Fox realized it, the stone had already shot towards him. In a hurry, Black Fox raised his sword to block, because, in that instant, he calculated the position of the White Fox Demon and followed up with a palm strike. "Kid, you're too weak," but soon, Black Fox realized that his move had missed again because the voice of the White Fox Demon sounded behind him. A difference of one tail is like the difference of 1,000 miles. Accept reality. But this time, Black Fox remained vigilant. Before the White Fox Demon could attack, he leaped away, evading her from a distance. Let's see how you fare. However, his attention was completely absorbed by the powerful White Fox Demon, and he didn't notice that the Red Fox had quietly drifted behind him. Just as the Red Fox was preparing to ambush, a long black shadow suddenly swung in from the side, sweeping towards the Red Fox and forcing it to give up the ambush. The black shadow, like a nimble snake, swiftly attacked the back of the Red Fox Demon. The one who intervened was Xiaodi. Seeing Black Fox being attacked on both sides, she couldn't stand by and let him suffer. Ambush? Who can't do that? This strike seemed to hit the Red Fox Demon, but the next moment, Xiaodi realized that something was wrong. "Is that so? Want to hurt me? Little girl, you're not worthy." No one knew what method the Red Fox Demon used, but she was completely unharmed, appearing calm and composed. As the dust settled, Xiaodi could see clearly that her whip was actually stepped on by the Red Fox Demon. Xiaodi hurriedly tried to retract the whip, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't succeed, and panic set in. "Let go. All right." Suddenly, the Red Fox Demon lifted her foot, releasing the whip's tip. As the whip loosened, Xiaodi, due to her excessive force, tilted backward. However, at this moment, a red figure flashed before her eyes. Seizing the opportunity, the Red Fox Demon rushed forward. "Little girl, go to hell." In the blink of an eye, before Xiaodi could retract her whip, the Red Fox Demon had already attacked her. The Red Fox Demon actually didn't take Xiaodi seriously. With a palm strike, a bright light burst forth momentarily, but she quickly froze. Flipping backward, she retreated far away. It turns out to be a celestial being. "Show your celestial form then." It turned out that the moment the Red Fox Demon released her demonic power, she could see that Xiaodi had celestial heritage. Sure enough, as the dust cleared, Xiaodi was unharmed. Eyes are quite venomous, since she had been pointed out. Xiaodi no longer concealed herself. Hu Qiangu's celestial form immediately appeared. Heh, only 4 tails. Seeing that only a 4-tailed celestial being emerged, the Red Fox Demon sneered disdainfully. What does it matter if there are more tails? But even with only 4 tails, when the celestial being merges with the one who calls upon them, the power will double. Celestial beings merging, but faced with Xiaodi, whose momentum suddenly became sharp, the Red Fox Demon remained unfazed. Not bad, indeed, after Xiaodi and Hu Quilin merge, although the attacking power increased several times, the Red Fox Demon still effortlessly responded. Then the red fox demon slapped away the whip that came flying, and with a flash of red, instantly leaped to Xiaodi's side. Another palm to the face. This palm was fast and fierce. Xiaodi couldn't dodge it, and she was instantly blasted away by the strong palm wind. Her body fell heavily to the ground. Xiaodi, not daring to delay, quickly climbed up. Although not heavily injured, blood surged in her veins, and a wave of sweetness rose in her mouth. Putting Xiaodi aside, let's talk about Black Fox. He is also not at ease at the moment, currently engaged in a deeper level of spirit summoning with the spirit fox sword. It's useless. The seven-tailed white fox demon evidently didn't want to give Black Fox a chance to catch his breath. While Black Fox was performing the spirit summoning, another palm attack came. This palm had considerable force, but it hit empty air. The energy shot straight towards the woods behind, and Black Fox disappeared without a trace. "I can do this move too." Immediately, Black Fox's voice rang out behind him. This set of techniques that relies on illusions and speed to gain an advantage, Black Fox knows too. As soon as Black Fox's voice fell, a burst of sword light flashed. The white fox demon hadn't reacted at all. Several black lights suddenly burst from different parts of its body. Could the white fox demon be defeated like this? The answer is definitely no. Another illusion. Black Fox's heart suddenly tightened. Could this one-tail difference really be so significant? The answer is yes. Before Black Fox could react, a demonic force had already appeared in front of him. A moment of weightlessness, and his body flew out. After landing heavily again, Black Fox couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. Could he really not overcome this one-tail difference? Black Fox, you fool! I'll go help him. At this moment, the spectators couldn't stay put any longer. Zhu Tu Zhao and Liao Fengyi jumped down from the boulder. You wait to deal with Mo Bai Yaolong. I'll go first. Go help. Are you both free? But at this moment, a voice suddenly sounded from above, startling the two, who quickly looked up. You have your own opponents. There's no need to go anywhere. A guy wearing a leather vest flipped down from a tree. On San Jiling, besides Fox Immortal Hall, there is also Wolf King Hall. Unlike the first two enemies, this guy had concealed his demonic aura just now, making it unnoticed by Liao Fengyi and the others. However, once he revealed himself, the demonic aura soared, extremely frightening. As soon as he spoke, Liao Fengyi and Zhu Tu Zhao understood. It turned out that this guy was the right envoy of the shamanism, the Wolf King. The Master's Mysteries. Tales of Magical Mastery, Episode 104. Continuing from the previous episode, by the lakeside of the northern mountains of the Tripolar Ridge, the great battle persists. At this moment, the situation is highly unfavorable for Liao Fengyi's side. Even after the fusion of Xiaodi and Huxiangu, they are still not a match for the Red Fox Demon. Originally, it was thought that after the fusion, their abilities would ascend to a higher level, at least enough to confront the Red Fox Demon. Hey, do you see the difference now? Submit to death obediently. Unexpectedly, the Red Fox Demon practices a demonic path nourished by child cultivation, and its demonic power surpasses that of orthodox cultivation by many times. As for the Black Fox on the other side, it's not doing any better. He is significantly weaker than the White Fox Demon, not only in cultivation, but also in having one tail less. Both being practitioners of the demonic path, the demonic power of the White Fox Demon is terrifying, leaving the Black Fox without the ability to retaliate. The Black Fox is continuously on the defensive, and the real pain is not the injuries but being completely suppressed. This is the difference. Why not join us? No matter how much unwillingness there is, The black fox is firmly suppressed. Are you going to fight one-on-one or team up? Also, let's talk about Liao Fengyi and Zhu Tubao on the other side. In front of them stands a new enemy. This guy is not simple. Let me handle it. No need. You wait for the northern wasteland demon dragon. I'll take care of this guy. Be careful. The arrogant wolf king is in front of them. Although angry, Liao Fengyi maintains his composure. They need to conserve energy as more formidable figures from the shamanistic dragon cult have not yet appeared. Hero, wait. Just as Liao Fengyi is about to charge forward, a loud shout comes from behind. Leave this furry guy to us. Turning around, surprisingly, it's the Liaodong Three Fiends. For some reason, they want to join the battle. Let him taste the might of Liaodong Three Fiends. Let us brothers contribute a little effort, without waiting for Liao Fengyi and Zhu Tubao to say anything. They rush towards the space between the Wolf King and the two. Like this, the treasure must be shared among us. It turns out people really die for wealth, and these three brothers have their eyes set on the treasure beneath the tripolar ridge. To claim a share of the treasures, they naturally have to make an effort. Brothers, show our true strength. Come on, furry creature. Moreover, these three brothers have a high opinion of themselves. They rarely see others as equals, especially before witnessing the Wolf King's abilities. Their spirits are high. For the treasure, charge, regardless of their actual abilities. The momentum they carry is fierce. They rush forward with loud cries. A few small fries, not even worth my effort, though they talk tough. Their true abilities are seen through at a glance. Come out, three-headed mastiff. The Wolf King suddenly roars, and layers of black mist rise from his hands. Then, with a grab toward the ground below, a large crack immediately forms. Before long, several dark-headed dogs emerge from underground. As the massive body gradually emerges from the ground, the Liaodong Three Fiends are dumbfounded, feeling beads of cold sweat. The monster in front stands over 3 meters tall, unmistakably a mastiff, but with 3 heads for some reason. Its eyes glow blood red, staring fiercely at the three. Go, fill your stomachs. Upon the Wolf King's command, the Liaodong Three Fiends immediately shiver, their legs turning to jelly in fear. After receiving the order, the three-headed mastiff's eyes gleam maliciously, fixating on the trio and drooling, a greedy and predatory expression on its face. This terrifies the Liaodong Three Fiends, wishing they could slap themselves a few times. What heroics were they playing for no reason? Hold steady, it's just a dog. Brothers, to get rich, we must take risks. The first to calm down is the youngest brother, the backbone of the 3 brothers. He manages to keep his composure. How many times have we stolen and eaten dogs? Fear a dog's fart. The 3 brothers each pick up a wooden stick from the ground. The audacity they had for thieving and mischief in the village now surfaces. With a loud roar, clutching their sticks, they charge towards the three-headed mastiff. But reality often slaps you in the face. The sticks in their hands are sent flying before making any impact. These 3 guys came out to stir up trouble, but luckily they'd drawn out an opponent's monster, preventing us from being passive later on. Now it's your turn. Just then, the voice of the Wolf King echoes again. I can't wait any longer. His hand suddenly undergoes a demonic transformation, growing black fur, and his nails become extremely long. A powerful demonic aura fills his palm. At this point, Liao Fengyi doesn't want to waste more words. He also wants to resolve this situation quickly and go assist Xiaodi and the Black Fox. Both of them are determined, silently rushing towards each other and engaging in combat. Since descending the mountain, encountering numerous events, Liao Fengyi has become more composed. He dares not underestimate the enemy and has been cautiously responding. well aware that the opponent, being the right hand of the shamanistic dragon cult, is undoubtedly formidable. However, after a few rounds, the results are somewhat unexpected for Liao Fengyi. In terms of martial arts, this seemingly ferocious Wolf King is not much stronger than himself. Although each received a punch from the other, Liao Fengyi clearly feels that the Wolf King's punch is not as heavy as imagined, while his own strength is substantial. After a move, neither of them feels comfortable, both stepping back a few paces. After stabilizing themselves, on Liao Fengyi's side, there isn't much change, but blood seeps from the Wolf King's mouth. As the taste of blood spreads, the Wolf King not only doesn't show signs of pain, but instead radiates excitement in his eyes. Before Liao Fengyi can figure it out, the Wolf King launches another claw attack. However, whether in terms of strength or speed, it can only be considered average. Liao Fengyi easily breaks his attack with a lifted foot. Although the Wolf King's ability is average, it is incredibly ferocious. He quickly pounces again, and this time Liao Fengyi doesn't hold back, delivering a powerful kick. The Wolf King is busy extending his arms to block this leg, but Liao Fengyi notices that he seems to be struggling to defend. There's nothing more to say. Liao Fengyi flips over and delivers another kick, hitting the Wolf King squarely under the chin. As the Wolf King just stands up, Liao Fengyi closes in again, delivering a ruthless elbow to the chest. This sends him flying, crashing heavily into a large tree behind him. This impact wasn't light, and after hitting the ground, the Wolf King struggles to get up. However, before he can rise, a figure flashes before him. Lifting his head, Liao Fengyi's foot lands forcefully in front, a cracking sound echoing as it connects, likely breaking most of his ribs. Is that all you've got? Liao Fengyi is left bewildered. The Wolf King, as a right-hand man, has such limited ability. Is he hiding his true strength? But for what purpose? I'm very impressed, but what happens next finally makes Liao Fengyi understand that he has underestimated the Wolf King. After suffering severe injuries, the Wolf King not only shows no sign of pain but starts laughing, licking the blood from his lips. Two red lights suddenly shoot out from his eyes. The subsequent transformation makes Liao Fengyi's scalp tingle. The Wolf King grows a layer of black fur all over his body. Veins pop out on his arms, nails elongate, and teeth protrude from his lips. After a dispersal of dark purple smoke, the guy has turned into a half-human, half-beast monster, emanating a sinister and ferocious aura, with demonic energy soaring. Liao Fengyi recalls his master mentioning that some monsters undergo a demonic transformation, triggered by blood and anger. It seems the Wolf King is such a creature. Without time for Liao Fengyi to dwell on it, the transformed Wolf King's eyes glow red, a bloodthirsty glint flashing, and he charges forward. In the blink of an eye, with a gust of a bloody wind, the Wolf King has already reached Liao Fengyi. It appears that the situation on Immortal Mountain has completely shifted to a defensive stance.